Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, September the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know that you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you, guys. All right, so the market is in for a little bit of a modest open, very modest, basically flat right now. So yeah, as Real was pointing out, these retailers are getting hit. I saw Lululemon hit, I guess, well, not I guess, Nike is dragging them all down. Look at Under Armour. Under Armour, basically an all-time low. I mean, it's funny because I wear Under Armour virtually every day as a t-shirt when I'm trading, got a bunch of them. So I guess I didn't do enough for that company. But look at, seriously though, look at Under Armour and then the UAA, the same. One trades a little bit more than the other. But as Real pointed out, Nike is an earnings play. And a big gap down, 12%. Massive, massive move for 1.25 billion in the float. And we've got Lululemon, not an earnings play, but again, just being dragged down by Nike. Foot Locker, even DKS. So that sector is in disarray right now. So what else is happening? By the way, guys, if you were in the room yesterday, I was nagging constantly about this SNTI and waiting and waiting and waiting just to see if we could have a late day break on volume. Well, look what happened. Now, it didn't last, but look at SNTI. Kept waiting and saying, you know what, if we ever get some volume, and look at the volume that came in. This is the 330. This is the 330 candle, and it went from about 211 all the way up to 241 before it pulled back down. Now, a lot of pre-market action too. But anyway, that was just that was just patience, 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 and waiting for this break, and it finally happened. The problem is it didn't really last. But if you were watching it like I was, you been able to take some anyway. AIMD, I think it's a virus play. AIMD. Yeah, this is a virus play. So what's the float like? Yeah, 4.3 million in the float. This one, of course, got whacked down this day here. Trying to recover somewhat. This is, you know what? I think this was shortable earlier, but I think the shorts have been snapped up at Interactive Brokers now. EDSA. EDSA is a phase two, gapped up on phase two results. This is the one that was shortable. Ooh, what a nice short. Two down to 160 so far. Phase two results. But again, just little guys, 10 million in the float. Now, I had FXLVs. So somebody is saying this is actually a buyout. XLV is a potential buyout. Receives a $4 per share. Yeah, okay. Proposed offer. All right. This one got hammered yesterday, or the last couple of days, having a nice bounce today. SAI. Well, it was having a nice bounce. It was up to 366. It was having a nice bounce. RCII. No, it's not an earnings play. Look at this gap down after hours. After the company cut guidance, it's probably cut guidance. Yeah. So it's not an earnings play yet. November 2nd is when they announce earnings. So they're trying to forewarning the market that they're going to be cutting their guidance, or they have already cut their guidance. Remember when this one was active every single day, it seemed. ATER doing a financing. And the financing is at $1.90. Yeah, so this one, AMLX, received, okay, I had it as a gap up. They received FDA approval for their drug, but then as CASA, I think it was CASA pointed out, 158,000 for the first year for their ALS drug. So Micron, we don't have it as an earnings play. I don't know if it's, oh yeah, I'm sorry, we do have sorry, it is an earnings play. MU is an earnings play. Um, Released after hours, not really had an interesting reaction this morning, but now it is giving it up. That is Micron, MU. And ICPT got hammered down on negative data. I think Real posted that also. So look underneath here. Boy, this has got lots of room. Yeah, lots of room. Next low was 1363, and underneath that is 1252. So if this continues to be weak, it has some room underneath. Yeah, I did see the Ion Q. I did see it here. It's in this list here. Good volume. After the company announced it ah secured a contract to provide quantum solutions. Well, I remember when this was about a $30 stock. To back it out a bit. Yeah, I remember this almost like it was yesterday. This is last year, about a year ago, in fact, October of last year. Had that amazing run from about $5 all the way up to 36, basically straight. I mean, there was a couple of little pauses, then you had some gigantic days, and finally the sell-off. So, I mean, I don't know. To me, it just looks like it's going to have too much resistance areas to get through. I mean, you have six is certainly a big resistance area, but you've got all these little daily candles it's got to get through. Even on an IC, had a nice day yesterday, of course, and it actually closed near the highs. See if it has any specific news on it today. I think they're going to be presenting on the 30th. Okay, yeah. So they're presenting today their top line results from phase three. Okay, so they will be presenting today. So my guess is that this was the last 2 days or last 3 days, just in advance of that presentation. People thinking, well, why would they present if they're going to present really bad news? But again, buy the rumor, and you know what comes next. Hello, excuse me. Hello, Mr. Mike. Mr. Mike in our YouTube room. And Real was mentioning that Caravana, CVNA. So what was the low of yesterday? Low yesterday was 1988. So not that far away from that low of yesterday, but about $1 away. That was, not Paradise. I was Shady. Shady, I think he took, I think he probably still has it. Maybe he sold it off. I think he took it right around here. Shady's in the room. I think he took it right around this 190 level, 185, 190 level, and said he was going to hold it. So, I mean, that, nice move after hours and even this morning up to 230. So I don't know if he still has it, but all right, guys, take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Well, again, not too many of each. Ah, are you kidding me? Who's upgrading Bed Bath and Beyond? Who the heck is Odeon? How can they possibly get an upgrade? All right, there are some of the upgrades. The downgrades in, not very many downgrades. That's it. Very short list of each. Doesn't mean that's, I'm just, this is just from briefing.com, guys, okay? I mean, I'm sure there are more out there. Yeah, I think that 138,000, whatever it was, 150,000 dollar cost for their drug, $158,000 cost for that drug has said, okay, can really afford it. Yeah, so this ICPT, I mean, this has got, again, as I mentioned before, it's got some room to 1360 and then down to 1255. So it's an upgrade from hold to hold from sell. Okay. All right. This AIMD is kind of holding. They did have some news. It's a virus play. So what do we have looking left here? It looks like 228 is in that area. Is the next high looking left. Doesn't have a ton of room. Just feel probably this gap is about all it's going to do. It's a huge gap, 48%, 4.3 million in the float. So it's already traded the float, 5.7 million if traded. Ideally, if it could somehow get through 375, maybe not today, but maybe next week, if there's any sort of follow through, and it's got this huge gap to fill. All right, guys, sorry about that. Just again, internal discussions always happening at Trade Ideas. I always try to keep up to date with what's happening and pitch in if I can. All right, guys, let's take a look at in the major sectors. So the market is basically flat right now, so not expecting any huge moves one way or the other. So I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, and then Show More, and then Sector Status. I'm hearing, what am I hearing? I'm hearing, oh, CCL. I saw CU, I actually saw CUK earlier and it was up. CUK was up, but now look at it. Wow. So CCL is just getting hammered too. Oh, so this is an earnings play. Okay. Actually an earnings play. I guess they hadn't released earnings until right now. Look at CCL right now, guys. Yikes. All right, guys. So here are the major sectors. So I guess oil must be a little bit weak this morning. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is XLE, the major ETF for energy, the stocks that make up XLE. And so when you see 95% red, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close as we speak, okay? So we've got a bit of a mixed bag. Now, utilities, the flight to dividend bearing stocks, typically 77%, consumer staples 70%. But right now, energy is not the place to be right now. I mean, that can change, of course, once the market opens. We see if there's any sort of rally in the energy stocks. Well, look at CCL. So they're all getting clobbered here, guys. RCL, NCLH, all these cruisers are getting clobbered. Yeah, big miss. And XPEV continues to make its way down. This is a lifetime low now, guys. XPEV lifetime low, and this is didn't their CEO just buy $30 million worth of stock a few days ago? Maybe this day here or this day here. Should have waited. My goodness, this is just getting crushed here. Funny because I was actually going to mention CUK as a gap up. This is when I saw it up here. It was big gap up right up here, and evidently they hadn't released earnings yet, and earnings hit at 9:15. Well, what to make of this? Is it going to have any sort of a bounce? I mean, it's an all-time low right now. CCL all-time low right now. I guess the all-time lows were 815, 810. So, well, it's basically right at, it's just a smidge above the all-time low. The all-time low for CCL looks like it must be 810. So this is sitting at 820 right now. Whoa. Yeah, I keep hearing it. This is my text to speech right here, text to voice right here, and she just keeps saying CCL, CCL, CCL over and over and over again. And now RCL. So what about RCL? Where is it in its lifetime range? So it's a little bit above its lifetime range, but and then the other one, then NCLH, yes. Where is it in relation to its lifetime range? A little bit above. So CCL is the one that's getting more trounced in that it's closer to its lifetime low. Well, again, guys, again, I just mentioned this, XPEV, a lifetime low. XPEV, a lifetime low. Take a look at LI, see if it's following suit. LI is moving down, and NIO's moving down also. But XPEV is a lifetime low now. Yeah, so RCRX, I'm following your discussion. So obviously it was not me because I know nothing about futures other than how to define them. But other than that, yeah, I've never traded futures. So William, are you planning to be around next week? Okay, excellent. So I've already enlisted Real. I'm actually going to be off next week in Argentina. So I've asked Chris Farley will open the room like normal. and but he won't be able to be in the room the entire time. He'll pop in and out on the mic. So I've asked Real and hopefully yourself if you see any like the really disgusting posts, and I think you know what I'm talking about. Those are the ones that I worry about. You know, people posting in the stocks only when it's not stocks only. I mean that's okay. It's bad, but it's not bad. It's a bit of an annoyance, but you know what I'm talking about. So hopefully you guys can be a little diligence, perhaps have some diligence, and just get rid of those posts if they happen. And of course, if anybody comes in and tries to spam the room. Other than that, I really appreciate if you can just keep an eye on stuff like that. Yes, I am off next week. First break since, well, we just figured out since Iceland in 2019. All right, guys, let's see, what time is it now? Getting close to the open. Iceland is awesome. I'll tell you that. I mean, you know, go the right time of year, but Iceland is an awesome place. Okay, anything else sneaking in here? So LITM has been, wow, okay. Yeah, I saw you guys talking about shorting this. Not shortable for me anyway, not now at Interactive Brokers. LITM, 1 minute. Thank you, William. All right, guys. Yeah, let's have a great trading day. This is the last day of the month, last day of the week. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Speaking of Iceland, here's the only Icelandic stock that I know of. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. It's another one that starts with AL. I think it might be ALLO or something. No, it's another one. All right, guys. So typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I know I missed some things that move right off the bat in maybe your biased direction, but I live with that. And the races will begin. So Shady, if you're in the room, this is me. If you're in the room, no, congratulations on your sober hold. SOBR hold, not you being sober. Morning, Christophe, or bonjour. Okay, so the markets are, yeah, weak again to start off anyway. All right, AIMD is actually holding. It hasn't given it up yet. Did have some news this morning, and if it's a virus play. But again, I look left and I just see, potential resistance. So it reminds me a little bit like, I gotta find it. The SNTI, yeah, the SNTI yesterday. The SNTI had the big pop. I'm sorry, not the, yeah, the SNTI yesterday had the big pop and then it just rested for most of the day. So we'll see if that happens. Now look at it. It's really giving it up too. All right. Real mentioned CVNA. So CVNA is actually in the 10-day daily breakdown right off the bat. But I do not take these early, okay? I try to wait about 15 minutes. This may continue down without me. I know it did yesterday. Actually, it didn't. I didn't get the alert for the 10-day daily breakdown until I think about maybe about 9:50. Well, guys, I may be wrong. I mean, the AMD is popping, and it may be getting all through this stuff for a while anyway. And a lot of volume coming in. Look at it's a float issue, 4.3 million in the float. It's already doubled the float right now in the number of shares is traded, 122,000 times relative volume. This does not trade very much. So that's why you get this astronomical number, which will go down, of course, as the day goes on. Remember, our relative volume, it's a pretty cool filter. It looks at the time of day. What does it normally do by this time of day? So this 4.2 million, and normally meaning, I think it's over the last 10-day average, up to this time of the day. So that's why you can get some incredible relative volume numbers for stocks that hardly trade, and then all of a sudden they have like an amazing day. So that 10 million, of course, includes the pre-market volume. And where's that shady? Because he accused me yesterday of thinking that he was the bubonic plague. Well, I want to congratulate him on his sober play. Okay. SOBR, the stock, not his lifestyle. All right, NAS has gone slightly positive. SPY is basically flat. Dow's down a little. There's a little green bar to start. Um, Keep an eye on the ICEE. Sorry, not the ISEE. The IC holding its own. Had a great day yesterday. Held. Did not give it up. I was actually my bias was to short this, but it just was too strong. So it's holding. I think they're presenting at some conference today. So I think probably this is the lead up in anticipation of whatever they're going to say the last 3 days. Now, to me, it's getting into a resistance area, but just have to keep an eye on it. But it is early. And this fully illustrates why I don't want to trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, look at CVNA. This is a great example. Now, listen, after, in the next little while, it could take out that 20, but, had the alert at 20:05. If I just dove in there and took it, I would have been stopped out for sure. I just don't like trading in the first 20, first 15. But I'll miss the ones that keep going down, or, on the way up, I will miss those. I get it, but ICPT, let's take a look. Is it under 14? Yeah, okay. So, trying to get under 14. Yeah, nice. Well, you took it. Wow. How much volume? How much? I don't know what that volume was that drove it down to 1225, but now I said that it has 1371. It was the next low, and it obviously took that out, and then 1251. So it actually, what did it get down to? Get down to 1218, but meanwhile, RCL, NCLH, and I'm sure Did CCL hold a bit? I haven't heard it. Not really. So now we're at an all-time low. Okay. Yeah, now we're at an all-time low. I believe 810 was an all-time low. Yeah, so Ija, the FXLV, this is a potential buyout. I don't know if you know that. Uh, they claim it's going to be a $4 non-binding. Their 3D filing shows the company received a non-binding proposal from, I don't know who these guys are, Kennedy Lewis Management, to get to buy them out at $4. So again, if you're watching this and thinking, well, if that's a proposal at four and it's sitting at three, is this a no-brainer? No, it is not a no-brainer. It doesn't mean that it's going to go to four. A lot of things can happen. A, it may never happen, and then even if it's announced that it will happen, it doesn't close, right away. And between look at the spy, guys. As I'm talking, look at this spy. Okay, maybe if I go back a little bit, Mr. Keith for CCL, but it's so close. It is so close. Probably have to go back even further. Bottom line is, I mean, it's basically there. The American Sports, sorry, the Academy of Sports and Outdoors, another one that's getting clobbered here, ASO, maybe coming into a support area. 39 is the 200-day moving average. Maybe that can hold it. I see is having a holding its own. I see. All right, I see this one was halted. THCH was halted on the way up. This was, I guess, I want to call this. I think this was a SPAC that turned into THCH. Potential, IJA, right? Potential buyout, $4, non-binding offer. Hey guys, look at Cano, CANO. Now this has been, in the rumor mill since the 22nd. Okay, been in the rumor mill. Some potential suitors like CVS and some others. It's just been hanging around this level. All right. This showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown also. RCII. And this is what I'm talking about, okay? This is I've got a couple of short scans. I don't have races based on scans or the shorts, but I have real short Momo. This is the don't repeat version. So these are the three that have come in. And then this is my 10-day daily breakdown. This is all I really use to maybe locate, like see if I have any short opportunities. So there's the RCII. Again, it's a little bit early for me. I'm usually steadfast and just waiting for that 9:45. It's like a phobia for me. The alert happened at 18:35. After hours yesterday, it got down to 1772. And this is basically, it's not an earnings play officially, but it may as well be because they've cut their guidance. They have earnings on the 2nd, November the 2nd. So wow, look at IC, guys. IC. So anybody who's a little less conservative than me, you may have taken this one. But again, here, there's the ASO. I mean, yeah, it was great, but look at the pop now. So what did it get down to? So it was a dollar pop. Wow, look at IC, guys. What a move. I mean, another one. Yeah. Wow. Well, you know what? A lot of these, the three that I'm looking at from Real Scan, they're all following. Well, I don't know about RCL. Yeah, even RCL to a certain extent. They're following the market. Look at the bottoming tail on the SPY, that first 15-minute. There's that big bottoming tail. So check out Levi, Levi. Look at that bottoming tail. And also ASO. Look at that bottoming tail, kind of following the SPY. Okay. Now they may still be very weak, but that's why I tend to wait just a little bit. And then we have our friend ATXI. Look at ATXI. Look at this move here, guys. This was a tough one yesterday. Well, I don't know but I certainly was waiting on this break of 8:30 yesterday, and it touched it a couple of times, and then it just sold off like that. Okay. And again, I didn't take this trade because it didn't, it broke the level I was looking for, but so briefly, and it came right back down. But look at this go now. Wow, look at it go now. I'm not in it, and it's very risky with that float. 755,000 share float, which is, my term is insanely low. Okay. Crazy, crazy, crazy low float. And the high of 3 days ago was around 11. I don't see any specific news on it. This is just a trading vehicle right now, but you've got to be so careful. Oh, this was halted, and what a pop up off the halt. OIIM was halted, and it popped quite in a big way. INM is halted also on the way up. So these low floaters, other low float. I mean, this is like the ATXI. What do I think about H row? I've seen it before. I don't think I've seen it today, but let's take a look at H row. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's had this. I don't know. Was this a SPAC before? Maybe not. I mean, what do I think about now? I mean, I wish I'd bought it at 7 and held on till 12, of course. But let's see, is there any news on this one? No, it's relatively low float, 24 million. Not crazy low, but certainly not high. And it is I mean, it's getting close to a lifetime high. I don't know where the lifetime high is. I guess it's over here, 12.95. The best I can say is if it can hold this 12 level, for a while and maintain the volume and then maybe pop off 12. Yeah, I mean, 12.95 is the next high looking left. And that would be an all-time high. It did not show up in any of my scans because the volume, what was sort of non-existent in the pre-market, all that volume is right here on that opening candle. So of the 110,000. Give me one moment, please. Okay, here's another one, another flyer, guys. It's the iLag. iLag. Look at this one moving. I mean, we're getting some of these little ones. The problem, other than 2 days ago, is that a lot of them were just, yesterday and up until 2 days ago. Of course, 2 days ago we had the nice move of the entire market. We weren't seeing a lot of continuation of these smaller ones, but let's take a look at iLag and let's take a look where the next high is. And that looks like that 372. It's hard to see. What do we hear? We're at 318. It looks like it could be 360 or so. Okay, and that is iLag and another low float, 8.7 million China stock. Chicago PMI is lower, so that means the SPY will go up. I have no idea. Where is Shady? Now, this has turned into a wonderful trade for him. If you guys were in the room yesterday, he said he was going to take this one right about here, I think. Right about that 180, 185 level for a bit of a swing. And look at this thing go now. All right, you're right. This is now an all-time low for CCL. And well, I tried to get some, but this uptick rule obviously is nailing me. They're not giving me my fill. I've been sitting there. It may be a good thing. I'm not getting a fill. I don't know. Tons of shares available, 27 million. So that's not the issue, but it's this uptick rule. Again, if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, if the stock is down over 10%, typically, if you want to short a stock, typically, as assuming your broker has shorts available, you just go in at the bid and you usually get a fill immediately. But if the stock is down 10% or more, you can go in at the bid, but there has to be some action at the ask, and then back to that bid. But you could be in a queue of many others. So I was trying to get it at 788, and it held there for about 10 seconds, and that's usually long. Of course, that's usually long enough, but I couldn't get a fill. Good grief. I'm surprised this wasn't halted. ATXI. There's the high. The next high looking left is way up here, over $11. Good morning, Mookie. Absolutely. Happy Friday from our YouTube room. IC is still strong. Next high. Wow, the next high looking left. Is that right? 1831. I was hoping it would be that 1904. Still strong. Look at the market, guys. Hey, look at this second candle, second 15-minute candle. A little bit of buying coming in. All right, so let's take a look at some of the ones that have been winning some early races today. So blue has won two. Wow, look at blue has won two races. The next high looking left is 672. This has got some room. Let's see, is there any news on this one today? I don't see any news. Not today, anyway. No, it's not a low float, 75 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. All right, so for me, the RCII, if it gets back down to this, say, 830 level, 832 level, I want to know about it. It's bouncing with the market. Let's see how, but it's not a huge bounce. This bounce, well, market is putting in a bigger, wider green bar in the SPY, not quite on for RCII. It may be an exponential issue though, but let's take a look at RCII. If this bounce is short-lived, because this may as well be an earnings play. They've basically released guidance. Here's your X4 IJA. I mean, that was a tough one yesterday. I mean, that came all the way back down to $1.20. It did close higher, but it came all the way back down to $1.20. Basically stayed at the 200-day moving average. Today, the 200 moving average seems to be supporting it. X4, XFOR. So Dak, you know that's a potential merger. AFXLV. I think you don't read the news. I think you said that. So this is a potential merger or buyout, sorry, at $4. Well, I guess it should have just bought IC. Look at this. What a move from 1750 to 1834. And it's keep going. It's keeping going. Is that right? Keeping going? Still going. All right, so there's EDSA. Okay, why did I have an alert there for RCII? Might have been previous alert or something. What? Hmm. Things on wacky with the price alerts. Let me just try another stock here. Ah, don't tell me. Hmm. And somebody do a check for me on when you try to create a price alert on the chart. Now I'm on this latest development build again. I might have to go back one. This has never happened. So, typically when you just, excuse me, you just put your mouse pointer, the dotted line, where you want to create the price alert. You right click, create the price alert, but it's saying 396 when I'm at 370. It should say 370. If I do it right now, it's going to trigger right now. Now I can probably type it in, but that's not the way it should work. Yeah. I haven't watched it yet. I know, yeah, I know the GME saga is on Netflix right now. Boy, this ATXI is still strong, 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 strong. Takes out 10. Look out. I mean, the next high is 1120. Okay, good. I'm talking to somebody. So yeah, so something's wrong with our price alerts, guys, just to let you know, okay? So it's not this dev build that I'm on. It must be happening with everybody. So just to let you know, you normally when we put a price alert, I can move the crosshairs the dotted line where I want the alert, and I right click, create the price alert. But what it's doing is it's defaulting to the current price. So that shouldn't be. I mean, I can obviously type in the price I want, but that's another step. Oh, there's something. So it is broken. Something is going on there. What version are you on? Unless, so it might be but I was just talking to Chris Varley, and he's experiencing the same thing. So the latest beta. Okay, let me just pass that on to Chris. Well, they're not firmware. It's software, Esperanto. Yeah. So right now, if you go to our homepage, you'll see that the latest beta is still, I think, at 0.60. When a new beta comes out, usually there's either an email or I will certainly let you know about it. Okay, so blue, yeah, blue is strong. Look at iLag. So iLag is still, what did I say was the next high? Was it 360? Actually, it was 338. So this is the next high is 372. But just to let Esperanto, I'm always on what's called a development version. I'm kind of a guinea pig for all these test versions that come out. And there are many. It seems like there's a new one every single day for us, as a development version. But for you guys, if you go to our homepage, you'll see there's a production version and then there's a beta. The beta is fine. And if you want to know what version you've got right now, just click on help and about and it'll tell you the version. Okay. And again, I'm on this development version. And let's take a look at my homepage. So just go to the download section. Okay, go to the download section on my homepage. and here's the beta. Okay, I would download the beta. So if you click on that, then it moves you down to the download link. So the latest beta is 5.6.9. Okay. Well, guys, keep an eye on this AMLX. I mean, they had the news that the FDA had FDA acceptance of their ALS drug. Okay. The problem is it's 158,000 first year. So, I don't know how many people can afford that. 2672 is the next low looking left. And if it takes out 2672, I mean, wow. Now, I wonder if this was the pop here. This was probably in advance of maybe getting the acceptance from the FDA. But at any rate, I mean, 2680. So it's about $1 to go. But I mean, underneath that, I mean, look at the gap underneath. Where the heck is Shady? There he is. So I do not avoid you like the bubonic plague. I was giving you all sorts of accolades for your sober buy right around here yesterday. And you said that you were going to hold it. And you are in the money in a big way now. So the next challenge is that high of 2 days ago, which was 278. And then after that, 335. All right, guys, I'm getting more interested now in this RII short. Okay, it had the little pop, couple of topping tails. I'm going to have to stick my alert. I have to do it. I have to do it manually. And the version I've got, this development version I've got, I have to do this manually. And there's your danger. Look at that ATXI now. Got up to 1024 and all the way back down to 9. Okay, there's your danger. So if you took this one, hopefully you were kept watching and watching and watching. You can't allow this to happen to you. However, the market is still relatively strong. It's a nice big bottoming tail on the SPY, but the buyers are still kind of in control. So wow, look at that IC. That was the one. But consequently, I think I need the market to help a little bit for the RCII on the potential short. Osh is having sort of an interesting day. I've traded this one before. It can be pretty whippy. I mean, look at this. It got up to 1550, pulled right back down to 15, 16 or so, but it's trying to make a break here on that daily chart. You can kind of see it trying to make a break. Let's back this out and see what the next highs are, where they are. And so this has got some room to 16. And there's a high over here back in February. So it does have some room to 16. Not saying it's getting there. And that is Posh, P-O-S-H. Ah, boy, this, what did I say? I wanted this one at, I think it was 7 or 888 or 788. I can't remember anymore, but I could not get it because of that uptick rule. And I didn't want to keep chasing it down penny by penny by penny. Boy, look at CCL. I mean, this is just cratering. And CLH, take a look at a couple of the other cruisers, see if they're doing, yeah, virtually the same thing. And of course, RCL, more expensive. The big difference is that, well, they're not quite at the lifetime low that CCL is at. Well, Jesse, I hope you have a diverse client list. Not to try to make light of it, but okay, guys, RCII getting closer to this little breakdown here. All right, I'm just waiting on this RCII 1824, 1825, so the spread's pretty good. All right. Oh, they fill, wow. So they did fill me. When I would say I was waiting on it, it was because again that uptick rule, but they did fill me. So at 1823, actually 1823 for the RCII. Now, big thing is, can it take out 18? So I guess I might need a little market help to keep this one moving down, the RCII. I think if we can take out 18, the low after hours yesterday was 1774. Come on, move with the market. Move with the market. Finger, FNGR. All right, guys, man, oh man, look at this one. Again, we've seen this one every single day. 64-cent stock 5 days ago. Well, 4 full days ago, and now today. Well, guys, pick a cruiser, any cruiser. NCLH, RCL, CCL. Wow. Wow. Look at, I mean, these cruisers just at some point, maybe they'll bounce, but boy, oh boy. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to pay attention to, okay, I just took myself out of the RCII. It's following the market just a little too much. Look at it. I'll look at it again if it maybe gets down to that into the teens again, but so I took myself out of the small loss for the RCII. Well, this one is getting closer and closer to the 200-day. This one meaning FNGR, getting closer to the 200-day moving average of 249. Will that stall it? Ah, okay. Okay, well, back in the RCII. Okay, let's see if this is the second time lucky. Not a bad fill, actually. I was thought the uptick rule would nail me a bit, but so 1820 this time. One more kick at it. Come on. To paraphrase our friend Poe, come on, you fool, take out 18, RCII. Well, unless you caught in a cruiser, again, pick a cruiser, any cruiser. That is what you call follow through. I mean, look at this devastation here, guys. Because of earnings, Roger. CCL, this the other two are sympathy plays with CCL, but earnings, yeah. And it's interesting because I mean, in the pre-market, looked pretty positive, you know, and then all of a sudden they released, well, not all of a sudden, it was planned, released earnings at 9:15, and look what happened. 9:15, they released earnings, and boom, on the way down. AIMD, which was active in the pre-market, of course. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of holding. Reminds me a little bit like the SNTI from yesterday. You know, the pop and then took so long for it to move. Oh, got to resist the urge to chase this one down. Come on, RCII, take out that 18. All right, let's take a look at some of the other ones as I'm waiting to see if this RCII can take out 18. Real mentioned Rocket earlier, RCKT. Yeah, so it had a big rocket up to 1571, pulled back down to 1474, so a dollar pullback, and now maybe trying to make another move higher. Keep an eye on the IMVT, guys. IMVT, this was another active one yesterday. Very active. You saw how it got up to 655, right to those highs. Maybe keep an eye on this one as it's trying to move off here. Is positive for the day. IMVT. See, that whole number is holding it. That stupid 18 is holding it so far for the RCII. Yeah, I would not want to be any of these guys releasing doing IPOs right now, but prices $5. Yeah, so it's below the IPO price right now. It's not horribly below it. So let's put an alert at 5. You see it. Yeah, so there's something messing up with, again, my price alerts, not yours. Here's another one that's just showing in my 10-day daily breakdown, guys. MLKN, and this is almost a lifetime low. Miller Noel, don't know them at all. Wood Office, is this Miller? Oh, Herman Miller? Old Herman Miller, maybe? Anyway, my layouts are all screwed up after the upgrade of the desktop version. Well, I mean, I can try to help you. When you say they're all screwed up, what exactly has happened? How many monitors do you have, Herman? Hopefully you can hear me. 2 monitors, okay. Did you ask me this question yesterday or did somebody else? Because, okay, so you didn't ask me this question yesterday or because what I said, and this is just in general for anybody with multiple monitors, you take that toolbar and put it in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor, okay? Then arrange all of your trade ideas windows on your main monitor and on your second monitor or how many monitors you have. Put them exactly where you want them. And then your next step is to click on Tools, Options, Layouts. And when you check loading layouts, if you check open relative to main window and save it, okay? And then when you exit trade ideas, maybe this is maybe I don't know if you asked me this question. I know somebody asked me yesterday. You have to save your work. So when you exit trade ideas, a simple way, exit, it's going to say, do you want to save your layout, last layout? Say yes, yes. But I also would save your layout to the cloud. You can also save it to your computer, okay? Because if you did that, and you don't save your work, though, that change you made to the layout and opening relative to, your main window will not be saved. But if you do that and save it, then when you load trade ideas again, all your windows should be exactly where you want them. All your trade ideas windows should be exactly where you want them. So did that make sense to you? Okay, how many layouts do you, first of all, you probably shouldn't have multiple layouts, number one, okay? How many layouts do you have? Because it depends, three. It shouldn't matter though. It really shouldn't matter as long as you go through those steps that even if you've got multiple layouts, I would caution you though. I don't know I would caution you're having too many layouts open. Your system may degrade somewhat. I mean, in theory, you can have as many layouts as you want and minimize them. And I understand the allure. Yeah, but even if you only open them, but they're still, even if you minimize your layout, they're still running in the background. Okay, even if you minimize them. Oh, okay, so you absolutely close it. Okay, so you only have one layout loaded at a time, and then you file load from cloud, and then load another layout. Not sure how I can help. I mean, if you are, because for instance, this is not really what I call a layout. This is what I use. I mean, I could call this, I guess it is a mini layout. This is what I use in the pre-market. Okay. Everything was fine before the upgrade, really. And I don't actually close this down, but this is the only one, and I just minimize it, and it doesn't degrade my system at all. But if I left it right here, if I just left it right here, and then I save my work, I mean, I come back, exit trade ideas, and I load, everything will be exactly where I want them to be. So did you go through that step of the relative to, now I know what you're saying. You're saying it was fine before the upgrade. The upgrade should not affect it. It just shouldn't affect it. I mean, you guys hear me all the time. I'm always on a development build, and these development builds, we seem to get one every 2 days. And this has been going for months and years almost. And I've never, ever had an issue with my layout. So, okay, guys, bumped out of that RCII trade again. I might have to just forget about it as I was watching it. Basically flat, got back up to my 1820 level. I'm sort of somewhat fixated on it because of the earnings play, but I think it's moving too much with the market now. So I'm sorry, when you say the settings I'm showing is OL, I sure understand that. Maybe, oh, okay, okay, I see. So you have done this. You have absolutely 100% done this before. It sounds like you have because and you've done the open relative to main window. You saved that, etc. It's just in the new build, the new beta. But yeah, you probably move it to the questions lab. Yeah, sorry, or questions tab. Well, the only thing I can do is, yeah, send you to, if you go to Trade Ideas Questions, okay, to that tab here, maybe just go to support at trade-ideas.com and ask the question. Sorry, I couldn't help. Yeah, this RCII is just moving with the SPY. I thought it might have enough impetus on its own and not trade with the SPY, but it appears not. I got a little greedy. I had a little bit of profit on it, but I was hoping for a big break underneath 18. Okay, guys. Oh, I am. Let's keep an eye on this. I mean, this hit a high of 420, got halted a couple of times, and but the next high looking left is up here around 450-ish. So is there a way to, yeah, so cloud links do not replace old cloud links. They're time stamped, if that's what you mean. Okay, no, Herman, you're in the trade ideas questions, but Roger can't answer that question. Okay, you have to go to support, like true support. I'm minimal support when it comes to technical things. Okay, so you have to go to this support. I put the a moment here as I type it in again. Okay, you have to go to support at trade-ideas.com and basically ask that question. Okay. So if I can understand your question, Roger, when if I save this one, this doc basic highs and lows as an example, this is a, a doc window. And if I save it, okay, save or share to cloud, it's not going to replace it's not going to replace the one I have. Okay. But it is timestamped. So I've actually asked that question a long time ago, but for whatever reason, it doesn't appear that they can do it. Okay. If you save it to your computer, like a local save, it'll ask, hey, you've got this, like a lot of programs, you've already got this, overwrite, yes, no. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this OIIM. The longer, I want to see if the longer it holds over this 4 level, it might have a run. It'll alert around 414. Yeah, stick an alert though, guys. You never know. Stick an alert at the 5 level. That was the IPO price, or maybe at the high, and see if it takes it out later. Is that a merger agreement also? So we've got a couple of merger agreements, the potentials. Just one moment, please. Ah, sorry about that. I was on mute for I don't know how long. So what I was doing, I was going over the, gosh, I was going over the test drive. Okay, so you click on the link, the test drive link. This is what you're going to see. What I was saying is that it starts on the 17th, runs through the 31st. Those are 10 trading days. It'll cost $11.11. So if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? You will not get data, live data until the 17th. So please don't harass our support people and say, "Hey, I just signed up today. Where's my data?" You got to read, okay? It doesn't start till the 17th. If you're a standard subscriber, you can also have access to it. Okay, it will cost you 11.11 if you want to upgrade to premium for those 10 days. When the test drive is over, it's over. Why I say that is we don't put you into a subscription. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. So again, we get a lot of emails. Okay, it's over. Well, please unsubscribe me. You don't have to do that. When it's finished, it's finished. And we don't put you into a subscription. Okay. We only do this maybe 4 times a year. So it's a great opportunity to try us out for $11.11. Okay. That's what I said when I was on mute. So I put my homepage link in. So when you click on my homepage, this is what you see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Just to give you an idea how much Trade Ideas cost, we do have 4 plans. Annual monthly premium standard. Okay, so the annual premium is 2,000 less the 15%, and the standard is 1,000 less the 15%. The difference, and there's no AI alerts today that I can see. But that's the big difference between premium and standard. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. 118, 228 standard premium. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. Okay. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But at any time, if you do decide you want to take out an annual, we will honor the 15% discount. Okay. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, you must do this Let's Get Started. It'll start you off with a download and installation, first startup and login, etc. 10 videos, it take you about 30 minutes to go through them. You must do that before you do anything else. It is a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. I do it at noon. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. There was not a trade, and it is free also. There was not a trade this week. Steve recommended staying in cash. Education section is here on my homepage. Great user guide. There is that getting started section again. So here's my recommendation. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is. Now, if you go through the getting started, I know some of that is covered, but if you want a little more in depth, you should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know about the stock racing, which I'll go over in more detail. But even though I go over the stock racing in more detail, this is your reference, okay? Lots of information about stock racing is here. Got some videos, some text, etc., okay? And of course, there is other information in the user guide, but I would concentrate on the alert windows, top list windows, and stock racing to begin before you start looking at the other features of Trade Ideas. So daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today, now there was a flip flop. So normally it's Andy today, but it'll be Steve Gomez today, and he is the originator of the trades of the week. So you can ask him about his methodology about selecting them. And as always, Chris is in our YouTube room Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30, because I shut the main room down at 3:30, and so you can always head over to YouTube and listen to Chris. And also, before I do take my break at noon, I will put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over to YouTube if you want to listen to Steve. There's our free trading room. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. Another free resource for you. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. Now they're 33 videos or 36 videos, but they're short videos and introduction to charts and candlestick support and resistance. So if you're new to trading, take advantage of this free resource. Last, my scans. I click here. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. The two races that you see, the biggest gainers from the open percent and the large cap gainers from the open percent. I've sort of shown you the 10-day daily breakout and up. I do have that scan that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. So here are my scans that I am sharing. So if you save my link, a couple of things, and you do take out a subscription later, helps the room. Company always wants to know it's a free room and it gets paid for by, of course, you're taking on subscriptions. And yes, I do get a little cut out of it. Okay, so if you save my link, then at any time in the future, you use my link and to take out a subscription, it helps the room. Okay, basically keeping the room free. It's been free like this since October of 2015. And why? Because people take out subscriptions using my link. So Dr. Aura, if you can just look just above where you posted, it says test drive. There it is. Okay. Just look above. If you can see my screen, I just posted it just above, about 3 posts above. It says test drive and click on that link. Okay. All right, guys. So let me go into a little more detail about the racing and why I think it's a valuable new, well, relatively new feature to trade ideas. And, it will help you, especially for a new trader. But even if you've been using trade ideas for years, I really think you should give this a shot. I certainly do. And I've reduced the number of alert windows and top list windows probably by 80%. And I just concentrate on a couple of races. And I do have, yes, I do have these, but look how, very few alerts I get. So I'm not really deflected too much. I'm concentrating on the races. So what are the races and how do you get a race? Well, I'm going to right click on this race. And again, I'm sharing these two races. So I open the top list and every race starts off with a top list. Okay. You'll notice here's a top list window. And if I right click, launch the real-time stock race. Okay. So what this race is looking for, if I click on the configure, and the summary. So if any stocks are between $1 and $50 and at least 200,000 shares are traded and it's up 2% from yesterday's close, I will know about it in the race. And I'll explain that in a little more detail. I just want to show you though what a top list before races, and you can still use top lists in this fashion, but let me just go to the properties and the text headers. So what a top list was used before races is you could sort on any column that you had. So I've got a relative volume column. I've got the change from the close, change from the open. So what do I mean by sort? If I double left click on the column header rapidly, so this is now showing me, excuse me, what stocks are up the most from the close that meet those other filter requirements, between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares traded, up 2% from the close, okay? So this is showing me those stocks. So right at the top here is AMD, then Sober, etc. Now, what I like to do, is look at the change from the open though. So again, the change from the open, here's the sort. Silver is up the most from the open. Again, the open is that first trade of the day. So what did it do from the first trade of the day? So it's up 28%, etc. So all well and good, but how do you use this to trade? If you could see on this list a stock that was moving, maybe, okay, but that'd be crazy to have to stare at a list all day long to see what stocks are actually moving. I can see the ones that is moved the most, but does that mean it's moving now? So that's where the race comes in. So for instance, here's a stock down here, AFMD, it's at 8.9% from the open. But what if all of a sudden it starts to move? Now, okay, now it's 10%. Now it's where are you? Well, let's take a look at IC. From the open, it's 8.5%. But what if IC really starts to move? How could I possibly know that in a big list of stocks meeting those filter requirements? Right? How could I possibly know that? So that's where the race comes in. Yeah, and you don't have to have the top list up and running. Once it's based on the race, you can minimize it, or you can actually, because I don't look at the top list at all. I just follow the racing. So you notice that I run 4-minute races. It's up to you. You can run a 3-minute race, you can run a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race. I chose 4 minutes several months ago, and I've just kind of stuck with it. So what does that mean though? I've got a little more than 2 minutes left in this 4-minute race. And so what happens is, if a stock is the stock that is moving the most in that big list of stocks that meet all those filter requirements, you will see that stock starting to move up right to the top of the leaderboard. So for instance, what that 4.8% means for ATXI is that 2 minutes ago, when this race started, this has moved 5.7%. That's a big move. Okay. But you would never have known that if you were just staring at a list. Okay. So that is the beauty of this. You can follow this. If you start to see a stock moving up, you can click on it. You don't have to wait for it to get right even to the top. Okay. Look at INM. This is another one of those crazy low floats, INM. But I think even more so in terms of like the function of this racing is the ability to create a watch list for you automatically. So you'll notice here, and it'll create 10 stocks, and that's all you really have to follow all day long. Okay, so if you're new to trading and you're overwhelmed by wondering, well, what the heck do I follow? I'd like to create this type of alert window and a top list window and this and that. I'm clicking on alerts all day long, but I'm getting nothing done. This allows you to focus, 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 focus. Okay. Now, this is based on my top list window, with my configuration, 1 in $50 range, price range, 200,000 minimum. Of course, you can create your own and launch your race from that. But if you're brand new, you might want to just sort of spend some time with these two races, and I'll explain what this one is, to start off with. And once you get used to using trade ideas, you can create your own scenario. Okay. So it creates a watch list for you. And what happens is, in the number one position, if you notice the 4 beside finger, FNGR, that means finger won 4 races today. Sober won 3, X4 won 3, etc. So the idea then is, follow these ones, especially the ones at the top here, and don't get too hung up on thinking, oh man, I missed this one. Look at it now, I missed this one. Well, guess what? Finger actually won a race here at the very beginning of the day. Okay. And look what it did. It pulled back. So you could have looked at finger and said, okay, don't want to chase it now, but ooh, look at it's pulling back. Put a price alert down here at 188 or something, at the bottom of these two candles, and see what happens from there. And, I would have been an opportunity, maybe, according to your trading plan, which you have to develop, maybe your trading plan would say, you know what, if it takes out two again, I want to know about it and maybe I take the trade. Okay. Well, here you go, Igor. This is it. I'm explaining it. I mean, that's one way. I mean, some people hate to just chase momentum. I mean, I'm a momentum trader, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to take a trade that's, five 5 minute candles straight up and I'm getting an alert. No. But for instance, right here, finger, as an example, okay, it's moved up, it's near the high of the day. It might be just resting for a while. So what I'll do is I'll put a price alert a little bit above and see if it takes it out. The issue with finger, of course, is coming right into the 200-day moving average. But if I look left, if I were looking left with this I know it's not, well, it is finger motion with finger, and I look left and I saw a ton of room for me. If I look at a daily chart, and I always look to see where is the next high. So let's pretend that if I look left at finger right now at 227, and let's pretend that 200-day moving average wasn't there, but I saw the next high was $3. If I look left on a daily chart and it was $3, well, that becomes a prime candidate for me, because if it starts consolidating a little bit around this area and then it pops through the area with some volume, I know it's got some room before it hits chart resistance. Now, it doesn't mean it's just because I look left and I see, and again, I'm making all this up with the finger. If I saw three was the next high, it doesn't mean it's absolutely going to get there, of course. But all I try to do when I trade is take one aspect of why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation. And for me, that is looking left and seeing where the next high is, that which could stall it. So for instance, if I look left here, first of all, I won't take this trade because the 200-day is not that far away, and that could easily stall it. So that's my methodology, but your methodology might be, okay, I don't mind this one, but you know what? I'd rather see it pull back, to some level. Maybe a moving average of some sort. This is why you have to develop, and I'm not talking to you specifically, Igor, okay? I'm just saying in general, you have to develop a trading plan that makes sense to you. And that's why we have a simulator that you can practice trading. All you need is our standard service, because you may not like the idea of taking stocks that are near the high of the day. That may not just suit you, but maybe what suits a lot more people is like a pullback trade, something pulling back to a certain level, and that level could be a moving average. It could be maybe a support area on the chart. Okay. So all day long, though, click on these alerts, okay, or these the stocks that are in the list. Shady's been talking about AIMD. Okay, well, it's basically kind of doing nothing right now, but you might look at this and think, wow, okay, if it can get over 223, I want to know about it. Number one, you can set the price alert, okay, or maybe you click that buy button that is grayed out for me right now. I'm going to go over the simulator in a bit and take the trade in the simulator. Practice it. Practice, see how that would feel. Number one, and see if that can make sense over and over again. So all day long, this list is created. So somebody asked a question about. You mean so? Who asked the question? Sorry, Alex. So are you talking about the numbers here? So ATXI won 4 races, and Finger won 4 races, Silver won 3 races. That's what these numbers are. Okay, automatically created for you. So a stock that is, we've seen days in which a stock has won, 20 races. You've got to follow that stock. It may set up, you may look at it and go, oh man, I missed it, but what if it pulls back to a certain level? So, click on these symbols as they appear, And again, INMN, you might look at this, and I'm not saying specifically, but this is in general. You may look at a stock like this and say, wow, if it can take out this high right there, I want to know about it. Create a price alert. Or maybe if it pulls back to that, there's the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Maybe if it pulls back to a level, I want to know about it. So the fact that a stock maybe only wins one race over the course of the day or two races doesn't mean you ignore it. It may just be setting up for something later on in the day. Thank you, Roger. I will enjoy my time in Argentina. So that is this race here. Okay. Now this race is similar. Things that you're going to see here, and I know somebody mentioned Atro earlier, and what's it doing now? Yeah, nice. I mean, it's what a day, another great day for it. And this is not quite an all-time high, almost an all-time high. So the stocks that you see here in this one called the biggest gainers from the open, these will be these will be pretty volatile. That's why you'll see some percentages, sometimes you'll see some startling percentages, 15, 20%, okay? Which is really, I mean, think about it, a stock that moves, within 4 minutes, and sometimes that could be within, 30 seconds of the race starting. So, you can get some gigantic moves here. With gigantic moves up, you can also get the gigantic moves down. Okay, so these are volatile. So what I did was I created another race, very similar to this, but what I added is a market cap here. Typically, these ones that the only way usually a stock can move up like a huge percentage is if the market cap is pretty low, it's a low float, etc. What I did here is I put a market cap of a minimum of 500 million and a float of at least 50 million. So you're not going to see the stocks with usually gigantic percent moves. However, they can be a lot more. I hate to use the term easy to trade, easy to trade, but less volatile. Okay, less volatile. I mean, there's nothing wrong. Look at ENVX. I mean, from 1760 to 1870, that is a tremendous move. And you never know. I mean, maybe you might get some stocks here that are going to have huge moves in percentage wise. But this may be for, especially for newer people, you may want to concentrate on something more like this because you won't get the extreme volatility that you get in these ones. These are wonderful when you're on the right side of the move. Not so great if you're on the bad side of the move. So I would really suggest, at least take a look at these two. And again, you can always, when you get used to using trade ideas, you can always start using or creating your own top list window with your own set of conditions. You can even, let's say if you had a basket of 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow all the time, you could create what we call a symbol list and attach it to your that top list window that you create, and then run a race based on those symbols that you like to follow. But again, all that is in the well, not my. I've put my touch on it, I suppose. But I mean, in the guide, in our user guide, go to the TI stock races for another very detailed explanation, some videos, etc. So really encourage you to do that too. That's why the guide is there. Minute, guys. Now, a very quick way. No, I don't want to get into that. I'll talk about that a little bit later. I do want to talk about the simulator, though. Okay. What I'm doing now is I'm putting in a link called Brokerage Plus. Okay, so if you click on that Brokerage Plus link, you will see there are two videos. There's a short video if you have an Interactive Brokers account and or it's not and or an E-Trade account. It shows you how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. Only available if you're using our web-based version, this is not available. And as we speak, the web-based version, if you're using the web-based version, the races are not available. I really expect that by the time the test drive starts, that on the web-based version, the races will be available. The reason I can say that with a high degree of confidence is that if I right-click, this is something you guys don't have yet, but you notice it says use browser interface. Okay. And of course, our web-based version is browser-based. And that's why you see, like your races, if you're running races, your races will look a little more herky-jerky. You will not see like the stocks are not moving smoothly up and down. Okay. And that is coming. So the simulator, or sorry, yeah, the simulator. So the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this Brokerage Plus window. But again, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas, okay? All it means is you don't have access to this feature. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? We're a scanner. All right, guys, keep an eye on this QTRX. This was one that was very active a couple of days ago, and I'll think about you every on the hour, every hour. Keep an eye on this one, guys. This is now making a break, and look at now. This is classic. Look at the void, okay? Void gap, whatever you want to call it. 1745 is the next high looking left. So I mean, right now you're in chase mode, okay? I'm not saying that you take this trade right now, but you can imagine if it bases just a little bit. Now, if you're wondering why isn't it showing up on the race, that's because the volume is only 105,000. Okay, if you're wondering, because I have a minimum volume of 200,000. So if you say, well, why don't I just reduce it to 100,000? I could do that. What would happen though is I may get a lot of other stocks that I don't care about, and I would see, and which I would not necessarily care about. So there's always this. We get the question a lot. How come this stock didn't show up in my alert window that I created? And usually it's a filter that's blocking it, and it could be the minimum volume. It could be something else. And we could say, okay, you can reduce that minimum volume that you've got from say 200 to 100,000. And yes, you would have seen that stock. However, you may have seen a lot of other stocks that did not do the same thing, and you get overwhelmed. Then you're sort of it's like a needle in a haystack trying to find the one that actually is moving. So there's always this give and take, okay? Fine line between, you don't want to have you don't have like so many filters that you're not going to see anything, but you don't want to have too few or the filter values are too low that you'll see everything. 4 a.m. Alex, 4 a.m. Eastern time. We go 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time. So for you to load Brokerage Plus, if you just click on New from our toolbar, and then Brokerage Plus should be right at the top here. Click on it. This is the Brokerage Plus window that'll show up. You may have different column headers, but this is the gist of it. And then the next step is to click on Sim. You'll see there's two options underneath the Brokerage Plus tab. Click on Sim for simulation, paper trading. And then this will change from not connected to account. Click on account and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Okay. Now, if you're wondering what happened here with this PRCH, this was actually, this is 2 days now. I was demonstrating how you can take a trade in the simulator. And so I took this trade a couple of days ago and I didn't exit it that day. I didn't exit it yesterday. So this is a way in which you can practice swing trading. So if you take a trade and you don't get out at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. Okay. Now, the problem I've got, yeah, you see how the delay in the charts, when I click on an alert, and that's because I'm in the simulator. I mean, that's not supposed to happen. Okay. So I could go back a bunch of beta versions and that I get rid of that, but that's because I guess I'm on this development version. That's why I don't run the simulator all day long. But let's just look at this ATXI. I'm going to click on the alert. So a couple of ways to take the trade. Okay, if you want, when you click on the alert, the symbol will show up and the symbol in the box. There's a quantity box. You can pick how many shares. We have some already here, but if you want to put in another number, of course you could. You want to go in either the market or a limit order, depending on what the bid ask is. So let's take something that is not. Let's take this OIIM. Okay, good spread. Hmm. Yeah. See, this development version is. We take 400 shares. Yeah, there's something going on in this development version that I'm on. Let me see if this even works. Yeah, the bid ask should be showing up. Anyway, I'm in the trade. Okay, this is in the simulator. Took the trade in the simulator. Okay, that's how you do it. Now, there's another way in which you can take a trade, and that's by clicking on the buy button. And if your buy button is grayed out, that means you're on a way earlier version of Trade Ideas. So I would encourage you to download I would go to our homepage and download the beta. Don't worry when I keep saying the beta version that, it's about 10 versions ago. So it's fine. So if you click on the buy button, what it's going to do is it will take the trade. So I can do a couple of things. Let me see if this works. I want to take this trade. Let me pick another stock. Okay. Just a moment here. Pick another stock, MNSO. Then I wanted to take this on a pullback. So I click on the buy button. Okay. The crosshairs appears and I drop. Hopefully this is going to work. The dotted line is right there. I will left click. Yeah, just the price alerts that are not working. So you see there's a blue line that appears on the chart. So if MNSO drops down to this 541, it'll take the trade. And it puts a stop at the low of the day. Okay. This is just to get you into a trade. Of course, you can take this stop and you can move it anywhere you want. And of course, when you get used to using Trade Ideas, you can assign your own set of conditions for taking a trade. What this is doing, it'll take $5,000 worth at the price that you want it to, at that you indicated. Okay. It'll take $5,000 worth. And it'll put the stop again where you want it. Right now, it presets it to the low of the day, but of course you can move it anywhere you want. Okay, so that's a way in which you can practice trading. Now, if I want to take this trade right now, all I have to do is move that blue line up to the current price and it'll take the trade. So again, practice trading. Use our simulator. All you need is our standard service, and it uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. Okay, it's nothing to do with your broker. In fact, you don't. If you don't have a broker yet, that's fine. But you want to practice trading? No problem. Just practice trading using our simulator. Now, trading is not easy, guys. I mean, you've got to practice before you commit money to the market. Now, at any time, if I want to get out of a trade in this simulator, I just highlight the trade I want and then I can flatten it. That'll get me out of the trade, or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Okay. Of course, I could go down to the box and pick how many shares I want to get out and the price. So what I was going to show you though, also, I don't usually talk about this that often, but I probably should. If you click on an alert and especially if you do some after hours work, you do some scanning after hours, and to try to find stocks that might be of interest the next day. Oh, by the way, very important. This watch list can really give you an idea about maybe what to watch tomorrow. Okay. I mean, the Sober, I think, has been on this watch list for 3 or 4 days. Obviously, a great one to have watched today. Okay. So this watch list that is automatically created for you, what I would be doing is I'd be at the end of the day, I'd be clicking on every single alert. How did it end up? And what sort of room does it have? Could it keep going? Okay. Does it have some news maybe associated with it? I would click on, there's only 10, and even here, okay, a grand total of 20 if you use both of these, and just check and see, boy, do I want to follow blue tomorrow? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what blue's going to do tomorrow, but good idea. Anything that was really active today, there could be some carry forward tomorrow. So again, I know I nag, but I can't emphasize enough. If you're new to trading, I would probably just take a look at one race and concentrate on it. Maybe this one, because again, it's a little less volatile. Concentrate on it. Look, over the course of the day, click on the alerts on the symbols that are in the top list, the watch list. Again, I see. I mean, maybe if it pulls back down to, I don't know, this 1865 mark again, I don't know, maybe that's a good area. If it does pull down, maybe that holds and maybe it bounces off again. And don't worry about, wow, somebody else mentions a stock and you see it and it's moving and you say, man, how come it didn't show up? Don't worry about it. Okay. It's going to happen, but just, get yourself focused on just 10 stocks a day and that's it every single day. It'll make your life a lot easier. Oh, here's another one, X4. I mean, maybe it's just resting now. It's had a tremendous 3 days. Tough day yesterday. I mean, look at this topping tail, look at the bottoming tail. So it was pretty choppy. but it's over. It looks like it's cleared that 200 day for a while anyway, the 200-day moving average. And my issue with it is I think there could be a lot of resistance in this area between here and two. Oh, how did that QTRX end up doing? Yeah, I mean, look at this one. Just now, the volume still is. That's why it's not showing up on any of my scans because the volume is too low. But boy, oh boy, if this holds and the volume starts to pick up, I mean, this could. I mean, this. You hear me say? Look at the void. I mean, the next high looking left is 1772. Now, look, there was a reason why this got hammered down. I can't remember what the reason was, but this is a kind of a bio, I guess. I don't know what the reason was, but I do recall that day. And so this is back in when? I can't see the date. August 9th. Okay, so on August 9th, I mean, remember the day before it was sitting at 1726 and it got hammered down 1726 down to 626. But, I would not be taking this trade right now personally because I want to see it base a little bit more. I don't want to be just chasing something that has moved up. And also the volume is not great. Well, I don't know if IC is presenting right now, but if they are, they must be saying something pretty that whoever's listening is liking. Because look at this now, guys. I mean, the next high looking left is 2104. Yeah, I'm just a little conservative. I mean, talking about this one in the pre-market, I said, it had the great run at the end of the day and it held. It had no big drop, held after hours. That's that mauve area, held in the pre-market, market open, but it was just, I just too, my bias is just not to take a trade in the first 15 minutes. And, this is what can happen, but, I'm prepared for that. Was that earnings, QTRX? It looked, was it? Because we have earnings on the 3rd November, and that's not August is not 3 months ago, unless they released early or changed. Look at that stupid RCII. Now, do it one more time. What's the market doing? Well, this is not following the market now. Well, maybe it is. I mean, I'm looking at this little pop. There's a red bar, but that's a pretty giant red bar for this one. Boy, this got up to what, 870, 860, and a big pullback. Yeah, sober also looks like I mean, Shady's been talking about this, maybe challenging that 336 mark. Well, the data is back, but I don't know. Are they presenting right now as we speak? Okay, so they're presenting on the 30th. Does it say the time? I don't see the time. Okay, thank you, Casa. I am not on mute. Somebody asked, am I on mute? I'm not. I know I can see my little green light on my microphone, and this is not muted, so must be on your end. Who's asking that question? Denver. It's always Denver. Okay. All right. Do I give this RCII one more kick? I think it's going to have to really take out 18 for me. Maybe even get down to 1780 or something. Anyway, how are those cruisers doing now? There's one stock I forgot to. I was in the middle of explanation and stuff. Okay, really didn't move. Yeah, this Miller Knoll MLKN office equipment, office furniture, I should say. And it's a lifetime low. I mean, this is a lifetime low. Remember steel case? Was that SCSS? Yeah, it's their steel case. I mean, these office equipment guys are just getting clobbered. Okay, so I'm going to get out of the simulator because I mean, it's not horrible. Yeah, it is. I mean, it takes about 3 or 4 seconds to load the chart. So I am going to get out of the simulator. Actually, I think I can keep in sim with the account I can see the account. No. Whoa. Well, Dak, you have made a big trade in ATXI. Look at this, guys. Taking out that high of 3 days ago, or at the high of 3 days ago, which is 1112. So it's above that or right at that. I mean, my goodness, the next highs are where? Believe it or not, the next highs are around 14. But you know, you got to be so careful. 755,000 in the float. That is, ridiculously low. And that's why you can see a stock like this go from 11 right back down to 10 in a heartbeat. When you say you blew it, I thought you were in it with a stop at 10. I thought you'd be dancing around your living room right now. I'll be honest, Igor, I don't keep track of my statistics anymore. I used to a long time ago. But if you're starting out trading, I know, everybody talks about keeping a journal. Obviously, a good idea to keep a journal. What works, what doesn't work? Why did you take that trade? Why didn't it work? Maybe I should revise my thinking, all those sorts of things. Of course, when you're starting out, um, I just don't do that anymore. Okay. But that does not mean, and I know people who are, seasoned traders that keep doing that, and that's fine. Well, I know I'm profitable. Yeah, I mean, I know that. I just have to look at my P&L every day and at the end of the week, end of the month, of course, of course. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:36. So I'm 99.9% sure it's going to be Steve. Give me a moment, guys. So we have, this is probably a SPAC. Yeah, this is a SPAC. I guess it just started. I don't care about the SPACs, SPACs, look it up. You guys have been talking about Hood. Let's take a look at Hood. Ah, so you are shorting Hood, obviously. All right, guys, let's see. Silver is still making a new high here. SOBR still making a new high. Oh boy, I wish if this gets any volume, guys, this QTRX gets any sort of volume. I think there's going to be a lot of traders just looking at this gap fill, potential gap fill, of course. Not that we're saying it's going to get that and it's going to fill the gap, but there's nothing stopping it in terms of chart resistance right now. The problem is, the volume is not great. And the answer is yes. So Steve will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes from now when I take my break. Yeah, I don't look at the 50, okay? I mean, I know a lot of people look at the 20, the 50. I only look at the 200. And that's not to say people shouldn't look at the 50 or the 20 or any other moving average. I just pay attention to the 200. And the 200 is at 22. So, boy, this ATXI, guys, if it gets back over 11, I mean, the volume is pouring in. The volume is still pretty good. It has pulled back. But let's see if it gets back over 11. I've got an alert set for around 11:23, which is, I think, the high. Actually, 11:12 is that high. Takes that high out again. It could have another move and 1439, but it is highly risky. Oh, there's the sober. Just making another new high, guys. Challenging three. SOBR, challenging three. Just give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, just as I left, here's the AXTI, or sorry, the ATXI. Trying like mad to hold that 11. Well, tried anyway. Oh, man. Look at finger now, guys. FNGR. Look at that nice break here. But again, getting really close to that 200-day moving average. Yeah, keep looking at this AIM. I don't know if you're still in this one, Shady. I know you talked about it earlier. AMD. Give me a moment, guys. This Dave, this is blockchain, crypto play, hot, another crypto play. Mara, of course, a crypto play. Look at CTV here, guys. CTV, not very much volume. That's a problem. But what nice little run it's had for a few days from from about $2 to, excuse me, 270. Has some room to 350, I guess. The NNOX had yeah, I was going to say big day a couple of days ago when the market ripped. Bad day yesterday, trying to recover today. So so actually I didn't even realize it. So the NAS is up a little, Dow's down a little, SPY is basically flat. All right, guys, 11:47. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in, so you can head over to YouTube at right around noon. Steve will be there. He's not there yet, but he'll be there in about 10 minutes or so. I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So here's another one, guys, ZimV. So it's pulled back. You know, if you're a pullback player, that might be attractive to you. And notice ENVX is showing up in both lists. ENVX here, large cap gainers, and also right here. Nothing spectacular. It's only 0.46%, but it pulled back. Maybe that is attractive to you. And it popped off that 80 MA and the 20 SMA on the 15-minute chart. If you head over to YouTube and listen to Steve, he's a huge believer in the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, which really looks like it corresponds to the 80 MA a lot. I'm just looking here. It seemed to be a convergence a lot. Just hanging at that whole number. Amazing. I think I had an alert set. I think I deleted it. So just do it again. You're talking about for a short? Of course, it could go either way, I guess. Another choppy day, guys. Look at a chop on that SPY in the 15-minute chart. Now we're moving down again. Yep. Okay, guys, just getting ready for Steve to show up. Tell, haven't seen Tell for a while. Okay. Well, you can see that if Tell can break out of here at that 260 level, the next high is 272, and then after that 320. So Tell has been pretty active. Of course, oil energy play, small little energy play. All right. Looks like Zach's IC short. You're right where you shorted it. Looks like it's around 1925 or so. You must have got out of the AMD then, or did you take the AMD, AIMD, Shady? I can't remember if you said you had to hit a certain price. Oh, I know. I'm just saying you're back, but you're at least you're where you shorted it. I don't mean you're taking profit yet. I'm just saying you're where you shorted it. What's the VWAP? 1878. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, just coming into that 200-day moving average for Finger, FNGR. I mean, that may not matter. I don't know. See, look at blue, guys. I mean, blue is, continuing. Okay, there's the RC double I. There is the RC double I finally breaking 18 a little bit. A little bit. I'm holding out though for I want that big break. I know Real doesn't believe in the the whole numbers, but I mean it's amazing. I mean it just hung at that 18 for quite a while. It would not break it really. I know it did briefly break it, 1792, but I know. So you believe they are whole numbers. I get it. You just don't believe that they have any psychological input whatsoever. Let's take a look at CCL and see if these things had any. I lost sight of them. Yeah, well, had a bounce, 697 all the way up to 769. All right, RC double I. Problem is I'm taking my break. How am I going to do this? The after hours low yesterday was 1772. Okay, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement in. RC double I, okay, okay. I think we might have something here. Okay, I see what you're saying, Shady. Okay. Okay, guys, so I am in the RCII. So my break will consist of doing my workout right in front of my monitor with a big chart of RCII. So the after hours high was or low was 1773. Looks like it got there. Hello, Steve. I heard your little ping.
Oh, Barry, it's not a little ping, it's a big ping.
Big ping. Okay.
Barry, I was watching some old Who from archives, watching that maniac drummer, Keith
Oh,
Moon. Boy, I saw some footage I'd never seen before. That guy was a piece of work. What a great character.
oh yeah,
They
shirtless,
showed
of
all the
course.
they showed all the cars he drove into pools and
Hmm. Wow, I know, kidding. Hey, you know one of my favorite. It wasn't classically a Who song, but oh man, "Say It Ain't So, Joe." What's it called? It's not a classic Who song, but
you suffer the same
oh
affliction I do.
yeah, I've
Can't
got too
remember
much going
stuff.
on. I've got too much going on. Okay, listen, I gotta take off.
Yep,
So I'll let you go.
sounds
And
good.
I've told people that you're there and that you're wonderful. So okay,
Oh,
so
thank you.
you should have a bump.
I'm here. Let me share my screen.
Okay.
Good. All right. I will monitor the chat. See you in an hour.
Okay. Thanks.
Bye. Hey, everybody. Yes, Patrick. Silver, silver, silver. I really lightened up more than I care to admit. I think last time we spoke, yeah, I was really excited about that. And then this was extremely disappointing. I started to thin out some of it there. So, I'm just waiting for it to set up again. But yeah, it's very difficult to trade that silver stuff. Um, but anyway, hello, Iris. Hello, Patrick. Let me give myself a thumbs up here on YouTube. Why not? So, welcome to my desktop on a Friday. Um, I'm only in 3 positions. I am in MindMed. This is something I talked a while ago back, and this one burned me because I was positioned in it, around here, and just loved this giant move. I thought it was going to become a meme stock, and it didn't. And I wound up just riding it back to flat. Very embarrassing, very frustrating, but that's what happens when you get really greedy. However, I watched this thing just decline and decline. And, oh, what a bummer. And then they just threw gas on a fire and they set off a secondary. Well, I figured probably can't get much worse than this. So I bought that first day at the end of the day when it showed it was going to be a green candle. And I'm back in MindMed. So I'm in that. And then I'm also in Rumble. I'm going to just probably hang out in this thing. It's a new issue. There's not a lot of data to go on. However, we did get our first 5-day, this 130 candle. So back there, it was looking pretty good. I jumped back into Rumble right here. And now I'm just kind of riding it out, but I'm enjoying the relative strength that it's showing. It's not really dropping off. Lastly, I was looking at the cues, and this, you guys, wow, this is why I talk and preach so much about that 130 line. Look at where the cues found sellers today. This is why you call these lines, these moving averages, levels of interest, AVWAP, level of interest. But to me, that 5-day moving average on the 15-minute chart is a short-term level of interest. And it appears that the sellers did, in fact, jump in pretty heavy there. We are still in a downtrend, in case you didn't know. So what I'm getting at is my third and final position is SQQ. Kind of barely in the money on that. Let's see over here. SQQ, yeah, it's back in the money. But this is the end of the quarter. I just have a nasty feeling about October on Monday, and I'm basically shorting the market using these ETFs. There's the SPY doing the same thing, kind of bled through its 130 there a little bit, and then sellers jumped in. So, sheesh. I mean, look at that chart. Let's actually look at it in a 15-minute time frame. This to me is just a bouncing ball. It's just trying to figure out where the break in the ice is. Remember that old game, Don't Break the Ice? Well, I've seen bear markets before. I've traded them before. And one of the things that's coming back to my mind is this basketball bouncing and looking for the weak spot in the ice. That's your major trend. So I don't really get upset or concerned about being short the market and having this breath. There we go. This breath pulls in and the market resumes. Hopefully in this case, a move lower. Another example back here, this was Fed day of the 130, the 5-day really coming into play. A little sloppy here, but pretty tight again today. Let's look at the cues. Same thing. I don't have very many indicators. I try to keep them pretty simple, but see lower highs and lower lows, guys, and that's the major trend. So this minor bounce, we would call those minor trends. But I'm just going to sit through those because I have a feeling it might be a rough weekend. October 1st is coming around the corner, and I think the hedge fund or the managers and all the money managers did the best they could to try and hold up and prop up their accounts and portfolios, window dressing as they call it. But October, as we all know, is the magic month of scary. Okay, yes, Peter, I know we've been talking about that. You're the first question. Let's go for it. And hopefully you just read my email because I responded to that. Just a reminder, scans are only one part of trading. There's psychology, there's experience, there's trial and error, there's risk management. So just wanted to say that because it's a good remembrance for everybody. So let's talk about that filter. Can you please make and share with all of us an alert list for pre-market looking at high above X amount? Well, I thought you were going to ask for regular market when it makes a high above the pre-market high. A lot of people like to use that. Let's start with that, Peter, and let's see if I'm on the right track. So hang on one second. We'll go to new this is going to be an alert window, but I'm going to focus on those pre-market filters, Peter, so you can kind of understand how they work. I'm going to go to, let's just go to alerts. We're going to do a new high. That's going to be our event, but this new high is only going to trigger in the regular market when it breaks the pre-market high. So honestly, I've had a lot of traders, Peter, ask me for this this setup, and I do believe there's some value in it. We can even do the same thing. We'll do that later. We can flip it. So new high is our event. Let's clear out these filters because these are not what we're looking for. All right. Now let's see volume today. Yeah, we could probably keep the 100,000 shares in there. Price, maybe anything above 5 and below 200. Just putting some random stuff. But here's where we're going to get fun with the pre-market. All right, so all you do is you go to the search tab and you put in the keyword that you might think of that would show up what you want. In this case, I'm going to do pre-market. So all we have for pre-market is pre-market high, pre-market low. So remember that, Peter. We can come back and we can play with pre-market high and we can make sure that it's above pre-market low. But take a look and notice here, we don't have a percent. We only have dollars. And that's one of the reasons that we're going to configure this scan, because there is no percent option. There's only dollars. And what we're going to do is we're going to say below pre-market high. Now this is kind of tricky. So we're thinking about how far below the pre-market high is the price. So that's our filter we're going to use. And here's where it gets a little goofy. Remember, sometimes we can use negative numbers in the maximum value. And so in this case, we're going opposite. We're saying it's actually 1 cent above the pre-market high. And the way we construct that is we do negative. Very important to do negative 0.01 cent. Here is where you need to remember to click this button right here to make sure that you've configured it the way you wanted to. So you click that, and this filter now reads, show me stocks where the price is at least 1 penny above today's pre-market high. So that can be a very interesting scan. Let's go ahead and we'll do this. We'll go break above pre-market high. The title for the scan, we'll click OK. And let's start looking at some of these scans. I'm going to put on the pre-market properties, pre-market. So now we can start to see what's going on here. We'll look at the history. All right, a lot of stuff comes through pretty darn quick, which means, we might need to put some more filters in there, but BLDR, okay, BLDR, pre-market high was right. Let's see here. Let's find one we can really make sense of. There we go. So there is the pre-market high for NOV. That last candle right there in orange, this was the pre-market high. Then the stock gap traded down, traded higher, traded higher, traded higher. This is where you see this alert exactly right there. Now it's continuing to show us stocks that are above pre-market high. So there's probably a lot of duplicates. And I can see a couple of duplicates here right off the bat. Okay, there's the pre-market high in AGO. So you would have been alerted right there. Let's look at some more. CKTB, multiple alerts. Okay, there was the pre-market high right there. You would have been alerted to this name right here. So hopefully that makes sense, Peter. Let's do one more thing. So there's actually not as many stuff as I thought in here. They're mostly repeats, and you can use, of course, the don't repeat. But when you go to history, you're going to see all the repeats. There's another one. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this back on live. And before I share this, we're going to do something. We're going to say configure. And we are going to flip what we just made. All right, so now if we go into filters, we need to just flip it first. Let me just flip it. Oh, I forgot to do duplicate. Gosh darn it. Hold on a second. Flip it back. No, wait a minute. What have I just done here? Okay, there's the one we want. So I'm going to duplicate this. Let me just verify. New high, -1. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this scan, which is what I forgot to do. And then we're going to flip it. Flip, and we're going to call it break below pre-market low. That's the title of this one. So these are going to be new lows that are breaking down. Did I flip it? No, I didn't flip it, did I? Forgot to. There's my flip. Okay. Zeros breaking down between today's lows. AMV. My charts have just slowed down. Okay. So there's AMB's lows, guys, right there, early in the morning. And you would have been alerted right here, right as it breaks pre-market lows in regular session. So Peter, I think this is a pretty good scan, and I'm saying that because it's what a lot of traders ask for. So I'm going to put both of these back on real time, and we're going to share them. Look at that AMB go to lows. All right, first share. The name is in there, so copy, paste. Yeah, Peter, that's what we're going to do. Everybody gets that code. And then let's go to the -1, the downside, pre-market low break in regular session. Right click, save and share, copy. All right, so those are the cloud codes to what I just built. 2 separate scans, one for up, one for down. I think that is what you're maybe looking for. All right, hello, Teddy. I know you trade differently than Barry, but do you trade differently than Michael Noss? I trade different than Barry, that my time frame is swing trading, so that's the market major difference. Now Michael still swing trades. However, he swing trades like relative strength, and he relies a lot on some of his go-to scans. I am more of a feel trader. I like to feel. I've got a watch list of things. I'm constantly looking. I know what I'm looking for. I like to, Barry does not like to buy pullbacks. I've heard him say that, but I do like to buy pullbacks because my time frame allows me to do that. I'm looking for a 1, 2, 3 day move. So I don't mind the wiggles and the noise throughout the day. But how I go about finding those trades, Michael really likes relative strength. I don't mind. I'm more of a stock picker based on my go-to scans. I'm constantly looking at the short squeeze scan. Still see apron here with a very high short float. Let me get rid of that pre-market. But right now, the market's so weak that I don't think short squeezes are really working. Short squeezes work best back here when the market's going up. What would you say are different about you trade? So hopefully that helps, Teddy. It's a perfect example of trading as an art form. It's not a science. If it was a science, everybody would be following the same protocol, and then we would not have a market. Market is based on people's emotions and thoughts and opinions in the moment. You have buyers and you have sellers. You have fear and you have greed. Let's see. So as far as Michael and I go, we're just same thing, same time frame, swing trading, but we're kind of looking for different things. He's looking for things that have been holding up well, and he wants to grind higher with them. I'm looking for a little bit more volatility. For instance, boy, I found this BEAT the other day. I traded it probably as well as I think I could. Let's rehash it. And I only bought it in one of my accounts. So This was I forgot how it came about. It might have been one of Michael's scans, but boy, that's a beautiful pattern. If you guys know me, I love big gap ups that come back and settle in. I missed it here, but I started to see it up here. So I bought it. Didn't know what it was, started reading on it, and actually kind of liked it. Low float, 3 million shares, big news. Obviously, they got a patent I read. So I bought in on this day right here. And I probably bought the full load. And wow, this thing's really, really volatile. But 3 million float, that's probably going to be an interesting hold. So I'm going to hold on to this. I'm like, okay, now this is starting to get interesting. This was a day. Let me go back here and see if I can find it. Yeah, there it is. Let me just move forward. So this day, you've heard me talk this this day right here. I'm sorry, this day right here. Started getting a little antsy, and so no, actually, I'm going to correct that. I really want to make sure I get this right. So this was the 28th, 2 days ago. So I was coming in this day long, full load, and this is what I talk about a lot, you guys, about how to manage profitable trades. So the 10 SMA, full load. Remember, I haven't sold any yet. Came in, gapped up, watched it, hold. Okay, good. I'm feeling better. Uh-oh, another test of the 10. And I'm not getting out until I get a closing candle below the 10 SMA. And boy, am I glad I did that, because I participated in all of this. I believe I took off 1/4 on the big run, and then I waited till the end of the day, and I didn't want to completely get out of this position. So I took off another 1/4 right there at my signal candle. Right. So that is what I try to ride the momentum, take it off when I can. But at the last minute, towards the end of the day, if it breaks that momentum line, I'm going to take some more off. So I took 1/2 off on this day. 1/2 of beat was gone. And I was super proud of myself for riding all that and getting out of 1/2 up here. Now, fast forward, and this thing's still holding on. Let me just, there we go. All right. So came into this day with half position and said, wow, this is amazing. I love this. Held the test yesterday of the 10 SMA. And then I saw right here, it was starting to lose momentum. I sold another 1/4. So all I have left right now is 25% of this position. And what I want to do with this 25% as a swing trader is one of two things. Either participate if it gets really stupid and runs quickly higher, or now I've got it on my radar and I watch it every day. I've got skin in the game, but it's only 25% of what I started with. I've taken my profits, I've paid myself. I'm watching if this thing wants to just play around and then maybe one day, one morning, jam down into that $3 area, and maybe it coincides directly with this 10 SMA. Guess who's going to reload on this trade back to my full position? So again, that's why I like to trail, if I can, the last remaining third or 25%, because either way, I feel like it's a good thing. I can participate if it goes stupid, or if it pulls back and sets up again on the jump rope and gives me a perfect looking chart, I'll buy all those shares right back and see if I can get a secondary move. So I'm pretty happy with that trade. I didn't mention it because I've only got 25% left. Do I journal and back test? I did a lot of back testing in the past, and I just kind of found it to be interesting to give me ideas. But the problem with back testing, there was one period where the 50-day moving average was just like clockwork. If you bought the pullback to the stocks that were hitting their 50-day moving average, or maybe it was that 5-day average, the 130 I talk about, boy, it worked, and it worked well as a back test. One of the hardest things to do in back testing is get a 2, 3, 4-day trade to show green, because there's so much noise. A lot of people do the opposite. They're like, okay, I want to buy, back test 5 minutes after the open, see if I can make 10 cents and flip it 5 seconds later. Well, that's pretty noisy too. So, there's a certain way to use the back tester. Definitely not in the first 10, 15 minutes of the open. There's too much noise. But I will use it occasionally, but I'm not constantly digging in it. I've spent my time and my hundreds of hours and going down the rabbit hole. And essentially what I'll do is I'll probably take an old scan off the shelf sometimes and I'll back test it again. Okay, this is a good point. Only to realize that this thing isn't working anymore. Minimize it and put it back on the shelf. Or maybe I see, wow, this thing really still is working. Maybe I'm going to replace that scan with one of the ones I have minimized down here. So I'm not showing all of them, but some of them are minimized, and I'll back test them. And if they're worthy, I might put them back on my main screen. Journaling, I've never really been a journaler, whether it's been in life or trading. I just kind of it's mental journaling. I remember what worked, what didn't work. I'm a visual person. Michael Noss is a very mathematician, mechanical, his self-described nerd. I'm the opposite. I'm artistic. I'm creative. I get caught up on patterns, and that's why I talk so much about seeing these patterns, these levels of interest that start to correlate, and I can pick those out. So that's my approach to the market. Like I said earlier, which I ruined my chain of thought. Science is one way, but science is not applied to the market. Trading is a art form, pure and simple, because Barry makes it work in his time frame, Michael make it works in his time frame, Andy, myself, we make it work in our own time frame. And it literally took me, 6 to 8 months when I first started learning how to trade to even figure out what the hell was going on. And then it took me years to realize, what, day trading's not working as well as I wanted it to anymore. So like in 2007 or 8, I went to swing trading. So it's a constant evolution. It's a constant art form. So that's the answer, Teddy. I've on the journaling and the back testing. Yeah, Peter, Andy does like to look at the pre-market and see what's going up. I'm not so much of a pre-market person, honestly. I kind of just wait and see what the market does on the open and see what comes at me. 3 reasons. 1, maybe that's a bit lazy. 2, I'm on the West Coast. I like my sleep. And 3, I don't want to put too much in my head on the open. And what that does is it says, oh, you should be watching this and this and this, rather than focusing my attention on what's happening now, what's coming at me now. I'm constantly looking at just sometimes I'll just randomly click on something somebody says or mentions on Twitter or in our in our thread here at Slack, or I'll just be clicking through my my what do you call it, the short squeezers. And if a chart looks good, so I'm going through all these names once a day. I know I said I was in wheat. I got out of it. I bought it this day. I bought it prematurely. I thought it was going to stay above, and then I basically just sold it for a small loss. And now wheat, what do you know? Wheat is back. I know we talked about that last week, but guys, I'm in a mood right now where I really don't trust anything. I've had a lot of things fail me that have worked. The only thing that's really working for me well right now is the short of the market, SQQs. I'm going to stay in there. I'm probably going to hold those over the weekend. You can see the headlines now, October 3rd, Monday. Total guess, but I've been around and I know the seasonality of the market. October is when the third quarter ends and all the dressings come off and people start really making their moves in the fourth quarter to either protect or advance what they've done throughout the first 3 quarters. All right, a lot of rambling, but I think it's pertinent. Hello, John. Why the 10 SMA, not the 9 EMA? It's literally 6 of one, half dozen of the other. They're going to line up so close. Are you talking about my daily or my intraday? Daily or intraday? Let's see if we can find a good example here. Let's go to one of the racers that's in motion. All right, so this would be a good one. Intraday. All right, so John, let's add a 9 EMA and let's just kind of look and see how close they are. The quick answer is that I like to keep it simple, and that's a literal pun. But I know people like the 9 EMA, so let's add an EMA. Moving average E, period 9. Let's give it a crazy color like something that'll contrast that. Let's just do a reddish or an orange. Let's do an orange. Here we go. All right. So now we've got them both superimposed. You can literally make a case for one or the other. They're so close, but let's take a look at some of the issues here. 9 EMA, it broke the 9 EMA, but it actually held the 10 SMA on this candle right there. Interestingly enough, yes, it did hold that that 9 EMA on that one. That was an interesting test. Too close to call up here. Let's see what else is maybe standing out. Interesting again. Your 9 EMA is holding very well. All right, so other side of the argument. The 9 EMA pretty much, let's see. No, I had it backwards. Yeah, they pretty much both held right there. Never mind on that. But this is interesting. I mean, I haven't done this in a while. Interesting that it's more smoothed out because of that. Yeah, I like that too. Held both on that one. We've already done that one. Already done that one. You know what? I'm gonna have to give it a second look. Yeah, John, I'm gonna have to give it a second look because it's really been a while since I've done this, and I'm seeing some pretty good correlations. I like the way it's a little smoother. Let's look at this one. AGQ. Basically, both SMAs gave it up. So this would be my signal candle, both on the 10 or the 9. If that closes right here in 3 minutes, that is a dead momentum. You know what I'm going to do, John? I'm going to keep this on all day as I look through, and I'm going to continue to watch that. I always want to remain open-minded. Some people asked about the 8 EMA, and I never really looked at that. But there's some interesting. There's some smoothness to those lines that I'm noticing, whereas the 10 SMA is a bit more jagged. So I kind of like that. So yeah, I appreciate it. And see, there you go. In real time, trading is an ever evolving method. And as you heard me say, I'm really into visuals, not so much numbers, but I'm really into visuals, and I'm seeing some interesting stuff there. You never know, I might completely convert. Thank you. But again, I'm going to go through so many examples on my own and just continue to try and really see if I can see some better visuals. One thing I do like is the smoothness of what that's doing on that one, where the SMA is more jerky. Don't like that. I think we looked at this one already. Yeah, AGQ. Pause. Okay, in this case, there's the opposite. That's a signal candle probably to get out on the 10 SMA, but the 9 EMA said stay in a little longer. So, that's too close for comfort. And again, a lot of these examples are pretty darn close, but I've seen a couple where the price is not touching the 10, but the price is touching the 9, and I kind of like that. Both, Teddy. I rely on both. I love moving averages only because they work, because everybody's looking at them. Again, we're 9E, 10 SMA. Too close to call in some cases. But the point is, I think one of the things I've noticed, especially on the daily chart, and I'll try this on the daily chart too. The reason I like SMAs is they're a data point, they're a waypoint, and algorithms and quants run this market probably to the tune of 85 to 90% now. And they need equations, they need key inputs and waypoints and targets. So I firmly believe on my observations that those algorithms use these as some of their key inputs. However, I will still look at channels and pivots and gaps and resistance without a doubt. Gosh darn it, I can't type today. Go to this one here, maybe. So as I kind of said earlier, actually I was looking at the 15-minute. I'm still negative and short this market in terms of SQQ because it's a channel. It's lower lows and higher lows, lower highs. So I like channels. I will look at that in that perspective. And then on the daily, here's some interesting stuff. You go to the 200 weekly. All right. And look at where we are. All right. Interesting. NASDAQ never touched it back here during the pandemic. Never touched it on that one. But now NASDAQ is fighting its 200 week. And so we're getting a lot of congestion right here. The SPY, on the other hand, I think a little different. SPY also hasn't quite touched it yet. I'm going to put that line right down there, that market alert right down there on the 200 to let me know if that price alert goes off. The SPY has now hit its 200 week moving average. And so I expect this to be a level of interest on the weekly time frame as well. That's why we're looking at it. Pivot points, gap fills. Let's see, was that a gap fill? Some interesting gap fills on the way up. Okay, here's a good example of a gap fill. I think I remember looking at this one. Market came up, hit the 200-day. Oh no, it broke the 10 SMA, and then it broke the 20. Where does it want to find? Oh, look, just look left, and you see a gap fill. And that, in fact, was a level. So I will look at all three things, channels, pivots, gap fills, and then, candles might become a fourth, when you see bottoming tails. But here's the thing. When we were down on this level before, you saw a little fear and a little bottoming tail and get out of here. They hot-tailed it out of there. A little different this time. It's getting choppy. And when it's choppy like that, and these moving averages are coming down to have a say in the matter, that's when you really just have to remind yourself that the general trend is down, and usually something like this will resolve lower. I'm not calling it, but I'm invested in it by way of the SQQ, which is a good point. If we turn it upside down, all of a sudden these start to look like interesting charts. The S&P upside down, look at that. Would you buy that chart? I would. A year ago when the bull market was raging, we'd see stocks like this that were just consolidating above the 10 SMA. All right, let's do it right now just for fun. Let's see what the 9 EMA would look like on the dailies. I'll do the same color. Okay, now I want to make a point here. I don't like to use moving averages on the triple inverse. It's like a funhouse mirror. They're very distorted. So let's go back to the underlying. Pretty close on the daily there. Pretty close to on the daily on the Qs. Little bit more of IWM, the Russell 2000. You can see they didn't get close to my 10, but they got a little bit closer to the 9. So yeah, I'm going to start evaluating this for sure. You've got to have an open mind. I can't be dogmatic and say I use the 10 because I've always used the 10 and I keep it simple. No, you've got to have an open mind and constantly be changing. That's why I told you I back test and pull things off the shelf and see, this still isn't working, put it back. You can't just find one magic box that's going to just spit out coins for you. It does not exist. Same with gurus. Barry's a darn good trader, and he's not a guru. He basically just tells you what he's thinking. And, the gurus are the ones that tell you buy here and sell here, and look at what I did. And it's totally different. All right, let's see. Been rambling again. You're welcome for trade ideas. Yes, John. So I rely on moving averages more than zones. Yeah, so I think I answered that one. Moving averages would probably be number one. Again, Teddy, because I believe the quants and the algos use them in their equations. But gaps and resistance and supports and pivots, those are more visual, and that's more of the human eye touch. So that's where I got to come in and just say, okay, where would this stock likely go if it wants to go lower? Oh no, look left. 2 months ago, there's a big juicy gap that wants to be filled. Maybe I'll sell here. I don't want to stick around for that. I'll sell here and I'll put an alert down there once that gap is filled. And then again, alerts, my price alerts become my alerts. I'm setting these things for a reason. As I go throughout the day, I can't remember them all. But these are all ideas that I need to clean out the triggered ones, but I'm constantly using price alerts to tell me what's happening, because I'll make a thought, I'll have an idea, I'll go ahead and just, let's do that, and I'll set the price alert, and I say set it and forget it. And that's it. DJI has a gap. I'd have to look at the DIA. Let's look at the DIA. 2850, so that'd be 285. Are we looking way back here? Yep, I see what you're looking at. So what John just brought up here, I'm going to go ahead and mark it. And we'll take a little different perspective here. So the Dow Jones, as expressed by this ETF here, we could even look at it at a weekly, and there's probably still a gap in the weekly, which even makes it more enticing. Yep, how'd I do? All right, so that is, good point, John. It's a very significant gap. It's a weekly chart. It's still gapped. So this is a big void that needs to be filled. Now, these are the types of voids, gaps. Yeah, the algorithms and the quants, they know where the gaps and voids are. So without a doubt, whatever you said there, 2850 to 28.9, is that what we're looking at? Yeah, I think it's even lower down here. Probably more like 28,400. And we're already filling that gap up here. So we're in the midst of filling on a weekly chart. We're in the midst of filling that gap on the Dow. It's a good observation, because I never really look at the Dow. Feels like it's kind of like your grandfather's index. But yeah, so there's that gap down there, and you're hoping that every day you wake up and your stocks are going to have wonderful PR and Elon Musk is going to buy them. It's usually hopeful thinking with this type of consolidation, just waiting for these moving averages pushing down. And then when you look left, you see that giant juicy gap down there. It's almost like you have to expect that that is going to be your downside. So that's a great example for sure of what I was talking about there, John. Look at the Dow. Dow found sellers right at the 130 today. We saw that earlier in the other ones. All right, looks like we're caught up. Let me check in and see what's going on here. All right, so the market's trying to dig in. Why might it try to dig in here? Is it a pivot from yesterday? Yeah, kind of. Looking at a little congestion, support, resistance yesterday. But it's under my 10 SMA, but is now testing the 9 EMA. We'll see how those resolve. And again, thank you. I'm going to keep them. I'm going to prove it to you right now. Save layout so I don't lose them, and I'll keep an eye on them until I decide not to. Now going back, there's really not, I mean, this is obviously the best one of the day, and I wish we had a time machine where we could just look forward and see this winners list 15 times. The ATXI wins races. Well, yeah, it's going to be the strongest one of the day. but it's nonetheless still riding that moving average. So if you were long this thing, I'd be taking profits on new highs, but then just remembering that, a lot of these trades, they don't last long. This day right here, up and down. So it's been kind of the pattern lately to see stocks really rip in the morning, and then lunch hour comes and they just start to break. Whether it's the 9 or the 10 is your call. But yeah, in hindsight, these scans are perfect, but they're not all going to work. It's kind of like literally at the horse races. You talk to any good horse race better, and they throw a lot of tickets in the trash, or paper cuts, if you will. But one or two tickets are their big hit on the day, and that makes up for all the little paper cuts and losses. There's just no way to know 10 minutes after the open which one of these names is going to wind up being strong 3 hours later. All you can do, and if I was playing these, and sometimes I do, but right now I trust nothing, but 1, 2, so an hour after the open, here's the first push showing on the races, then the races go quiet. If as I go through the leaderboard, if I was to see that right there, that time of day, I might say, okay, this could be interesting. I'm not chasing. It's on the races. Maybe I'll get a push off that 9 EMA. How about that? Yeah, shit, it's a great case for it right there. But then as you go down the list, of course, they're a little bit more sloppy. Again, early morning. Now we broke, but we've held the 10 and the 9 EMA there on that one. But you get to the bottom down here, and this guy won a race earlier, but not really doing much. It's actually holding right now. However, this is not the time of day I like to play these games. I'll go back to ATXI. This is the moment of the day that I like to play. Let them open, let them consolidate, and that's the sweet spot on the clock right there after an hour of the open. This is where I would be looking to try and figure out which one of these names might have some good opportunity. Because if you just jump in and out of the gate, you chase something right out of the gate, maybe you bought, up here or even up here, then it pulled back, you're out of the money for most of the day. I don't have the answers. It's an idea generator. That's all it is. It's non-configurable. The ideas are going to come at you because that's where the action is. Well, Peter, if you're talking about resistance levels, you would call them level of interest, whether it's the moving averages I'm talking about, or the pivot levels or levels of resistance. So let's go back to my QQQ. Excuse me. Okay, so I'm short the market, right? But I'm short by SQQ, so I'm short the Nasdaq. But this is the major front-facing index. Closed on a little bit strength yesterday, follow through into today. Now, if I'm watching right here, and I'm saying, "Oh God, here comes this 130," oh no, it's getting closer. It's probably going to touch it. I better just sell. That's the wrong thinking. The thinking is, okay, if I feel like I have too much, maybe take a little bit off, but you're going to have to let it test. Because as I said, it's a level of interest. And the only way to know what the level of interest is going to do is to sit through it and watch it and then make a decision. So I saw this and I said, okay, there's tiny close above. Let's see what happens. Oh, the very next candle was a red candle that closed back below. Now, if I had just sold right up here as it touched it, and I look back now, I'd be pretty pissed at myself for doing that, because the point was you were scared of it coming and touching that line. No, you shouldn't be scared of that. You should anticipate it coming and touching that line, and then basing the subsequent candles off of, did that line hold or did it not hold? If these next three candles just were green candles bleeding higher, well, then guess what? It's probably proving that you're wrong. But in this case, the level of interest, we had to wait for it to come and touch. So my point to your answer to your question is, don't get out beforehand. You're going to have to stay in and watch and see what happens. That's why I talk so much about, that first signal candle on the daily intraday charts that you'd want to sell when the momentum dies. That was beat. I was giving you guys an example of my trade in beat. Okay, so signal candle closed at the end of this day. I sold some on that day, and then I sold some right there. So those were my two sells, but I had to wait and come see what would happen on the pullback. Because if you just wait and get anxious and sell right on that moving average, and then the price goes higher, well, then you kick yourself and you don't even need to journal that crap because it stings, right? Teddy, I don't need to journal that. That stung. I remember that. I'm not going to try and do that again. So that's how I start to form my methods, trial and error and pain, victory and loss. So hopefully that helps, Peter. All right, caught up with questions. Be here another 10, 12 minutes. Whatever you guys want to talk about. You want me to look at charts? That's always a fun one. I'm sure somebody out there is long something and they want to know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen, but I can help you. FNGR. Yeah, let's see. We probably clicked into, oh boy, look at that. That one just kept on going. Yeah, this is a strong one. Very nice. Could have been tough to see this one back here, but I'll tell you what, if I was watching that, I love sideways action, and this is still kind of the sweet spot of the day. If I had been watching that sideways action and was looking for a momentum play, not doing other things, that would have been enticing in the moment. I'll just zoom back. That doesn't make sense if I do that, but that would have been interesting. Because right there, you know, it's just open. It could have done anything. Then you see that, and it pops on the races, and you're like, okay, what's going sideways? I might start thinking about getting into this thing on the sideways. What do we got? Finger motion. Mobile payment. I always like to look and see what they do. Yeah. I see beat going to highs. Nope. Yeah, that was a good looking one, Dave. You know, there was a time, Dave, when Andy and I used level 2 as our primary tool. I don't really use it to try and gauge. I use the chart solely to gauge supply and demand, but there's nothing wrong with looking down there and seeing somebody showing large size and people pecking away at them, and they're not canceling, they're not spoofing, they're good for it. That's always nice to see. But the level 2 in the last 15 years has just become a mess. It used to be fractions, you know, mano y mano. Me, you, and Morgan Stanley. I'm sending you an order. Will you take it? Yes. We just traded. Good. Hit the tape. Good. Turn around and sell it a quarter of a fraction higher. That's 25 cents. Hey, you're a market maker. Those days were fun. But the level 2 these days basically just shows you the inter-chaos of algos, the jumpy noisiness of it all. Yeah, so it's always nice to see, Dave, when they're sitting there absorbing and sitting on the bid and taking it and showing size too. But you got to remember back in our day, holy shit, Goldman's bidding 100,000. No, he wasn't. He was sitting on the offer, selling it on a different ECN, but making it look strong. Everybody's afraid of Goldman. Oh my God, we better buy. But the person on the offer was Island or Arca or Edge. And that's Goldman. So there was a lot of spoof and a lot of trickery and gamesmanship that used to go on in level 2. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with if you ever feel like the eruption is over, like in the one we just looked at there, FNGR. That's an eruption. If I was in this thing, I would be selling some right here, piecing it out. Looking left, is there anything of interest looking left? Okay, yeah, there is. Little congestion back here. Oh, that's a solid level. That $4 level is solid. So if I was in this, I probably would be offering, you know, as it round up like that, I would be offering out a third at a time. But ultimately, I would want to see this thing hold the daily intraday average and get up to that 4 level. Because if we look left, there's a good congestion at 4. There's that mind mid. I'm just letting it grind higher for me. I bought it on that end of that day on the horrible dilution news, the secondary. What else am I in? There's that beat, but it's only 1/4 position, not really doing a whole lot. And I'm in rum, not really doing a whole lot. And I'm in the SQQs. Again, I hate to use the moving averages. You can see how much they overshot that 130 line. That's because it's a triple. It's just there's more noise and slop. So I got to use the Qs to figure out what's going on. So in the moment, the Qs are having a little bit of a struggle here at the 9 EMA, but the 10 EMA looms right above it. Oh, yeah, good trading, Dave. I thought you were talking to me, Mike, because trust me, I've had some stinkers lately. But I got to say, I mean, I think the trade of the week, go to cash, was the right call because nothing's really working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All we've done is chop sideways and grind lower over the last week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at that. When we look at this level here, that 370 level, that's pretty darn solid, isn't it? I'll just mark it right across there and there. This was Fed day here, I believe. Yep, not a good trend. So, okay, I got a few minutes left. Let's see if there's a question. Yeah, Dave, if you've made some good ones and you're heading into lunch hour, you're feeling good, that's when I used to grab my golf clubs and drive. No, I try not, Patrick. I don't even give the moving averages any credibility whatsoever on the charts of the 3-time ETFs. As I was trying to say, I will only look at the SPY and the Q as the underlying chart. That's where all the tech analysis comes into play. Those other ETFs are too sloppy because of many reasons. I hear you, Barry.
Yeah, do you?
Oh, God.
You're talking about that finger. And I mean, kept winning race after race after race early. And I don't think you have the 200-day moving average on your chart, on your daily
I'm a
chart.
daily. I do.
Oh, you do. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
look where it is. And this was approaching at 248 and 249. And I was saying, well, guys, it looks pretty good, except I would never take this trade right now. I would
Same.
never take it. Never, 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 because it's so close to that 200-day moving average. It'll probably kill it,
Great
etc.
point.
And then boom. And
Great point.
it's like there's my trading plan. Okay. Now, do I change my trading plan because in this
Nope.
particular case it blew through the 200-day moving average? No.
Nope. Because nothing is
But
absolute.
exactly.
I would have done, Barry,
And
I would have done the same thing. I would have been looking left going, there's no way I'm going to take a full load through this 200. I'd sell at least half. And then I'd be really trigger finger, no pun intended, on the
yeah,
second half. But
yeah,
as you probably heard me, the $4 level is a look left level of interest there. Pretty
yeah,
solid. Yeah.
yeah.
So that's the new level of interest if you're still in this thing.
Yeah, and I think they got $4 million or something. I mean, that's some kind of a cash injection. It wasn't a financing exactly, but anyway, I guess that's what kind of juiced it. But look from where it has come, Steve. I
Yeah.
mean, this was a 61-cent stock
No.
4.5 days ago, half a day today. 4.5 days ago, a 61-cent stock. So there are things that are moving. It's hard to believe.
The problem is too for me is I'm in a no trust long market right now, and I've been in a couple of these, and I've also missed a couple of these because I sold too soon a year ago when they were all just really. I mean, I know you've had some good ones lately, but when everything was just going crazy last year, I would
Yeah,
see, and I stubbornly got in greedy pig mode, where I assume that everything that I'm in should run 50% today because all these other things are. And that
right.
was a bad habit I got into. Um, so you should never be looking at a trade like Finger and go, oh yeah, this thing should run 90% today.
Yeah,
You never
exactly.
have that in the back of your mind. It's always
No.
hindsight. You look back and go, well, I did the best I could. I would have
Yeah.
been with you. I would have been selling right there at the 200.
Yeah, but and I just listening to you, you're a seasoned trader. You've been trading a long, long time, but even you said got into a bad habit
Hmm.
of doing something that you don't, you kind of intuitively know you shouldn't do,
Yeah,
but you know what?
I got
It
caught up.
was yeah, you got caught up. It
I
was
got caught
happening
up in
all
the
around you.
FOMO and the greed
Why
and the
not
short
me?
squeeze. Yeah, why not me? I want to
Why
catch
not
one of
me?
these. Why
Exactly.
won't this one go 100% in 2 days? But anyway,
Exactly. It's amazing, isn't it?
it's a mind game. It's definitely a mind game.
So I'm in this RCII short right now, RCII short right now, on the break of 18. This is it's not quite an earnings play, but they came up with guidance, and I guess they have earnings on the second, and they're guiding. They're basically pre-warning. We're not. It's not going to be good. So I actually took a couple of kicks at this one. Lost both times, shorting it just underneath 18 a few hours ago, but that third break was gold so far.
I
And
see it.
that's all I'm in right now,
Yeah, that 18 is a
RCII.
huge, huge pivot level now. It's got that level, and it's got both. If you heard us talking, I was sampling the 9 EMA and the 10 SMA. I'm gonna watch those over the next couple of days because I have to have an open mind. Can't be dogmatic. If I see a lot more correlation in that 9 EMA, I might switch over to it because I didn't
Well,
realize there
well,
was that
well, I thought that you were in the that you it was because we have SMAs. Trade Ideas has SMA, so I
as
thought that's why
filters.
you were using the 10 SMA.
Well, as filters, yes, but visually, I was explaining. Michael's a numbers guy. I am a visual guy. I'm a pattern guy. I've got to see correlations, and so if the 9 EMA is a smoother line, and I'm starting to see more correlation, I'll take the 10 SMA off my chart, and I might start
Oh, I
using the
see.
9.
Okay.
But the point
Okay.
being is, you've got to be ever fluid in your method because you've got to be open minded. You just can't get dogmatic.
Well, it's
You've
interesting
you've
because
changed a lot in the last year. Yeah,
oh yeah, hopefully
yeah,
to the good side.
yeah.
But yeah. But it's funny because Real, you've heard me speak of Real in the room. He's been like a strong proponent of the 8 EMA, not the 9 EMA.
Right. We have
And
that.
and
Yeah.
and so well, we don't have the 8
We have
EMA
the
either.
SMA. I'm sorry. We have the
Yeah, yeah.
yes.
So he's a proponent of the 8 EMA. So I've got both of them on my chart. I've got the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA. It's amazing how close they are. It's
Yeah.
amazing,
Same with the
so.
9.
And same with the 9.
Yeah.
But now, of course, I use pre-market data. I know you don't like using pre-market data, but I use pre-market data. I think unless a stock is has had a ton of volume in the pre-market and it is incredibly volatile, I think that there's not a heck of a lot of difference between
No.
using pre and not.
Yeah.
It's only when a stock has had a lot of volume and it is very volatile that it can make a big difference.
Well, I'll finish up with Dave's comment. Eight SMA is his bread and butter. So to each their own, and that's probably the
Exactly.
best way because I got a meeting I got to attend. So I better take off.
Okay. Have a good
Thanks.
weekend, and I'm on next week, as you know, and so we'll see you in about a week and a half then.
Yep. Right.
Okay,
Bye bye.
bye bye. Okay, guys, I'm back in both. Well, not quite. Okay, guys, back in both rooms now. Just talking to Steve. Got my music going. Well, Mike, you can't hear any. Hopefully, you hear no pounding on my keyboards. Ever since I have that noise canceling software, that is like magic. All right. Well, I finally did take some off that RCII. I don't know if you're still in it, real. I know you probably are. I don't know if you're waiting for it to get up to that 8 EMA before you take some off, or I really don't know. But I did take some off the RCII now. I was just talking to Steve about it, how I was in it, but it's starting to move up a little bit, so I don't want to have it pop up on me. Doesn't look like it's following the market that much anymore, which is good. Well, what I'd like to do, or I'd like to have it do, of course, is follow the market right now and move down. But and I was talking to Steve. Well, guys, you heard me talk about finger earlier, and I was saying, wow, it's too close to that 200-day moving average. I would never take it, never take it. Went on my break, and look, my goodness, yeah, I mean, just pounded right through that. 245, what's that? 245 is right there, right at noon. It's like they knew I was going to take a break. Now, guys, the other one, I hope some of you either, well, at least watched it. Remember, I was talking about this QTRX, and right at 11, and if the volume starts coming in, which it has, look at the volume coming in. I hope some of you guys took that one. I did take it, and all because of the look at the void, and it finally started showing up, of course, in the races because it finally broke over 200,000 shares in volume, and it probably did it right here on that candle. That volume bar probably was right there that it broke the 200 barrier and started showing up. Didn't win a race, doesn't, just because a stock doesn't win a race doesn't mean you can't follow it as it's moving up and down the leaderboard. Remember, only one stock every 4 minutes can win a race. Okay, I can give you a couple of links, Neville Lacking. Are you talking about you never traded before, really? You're kind of a rookie trader? Hopefully you can hear me. See if Neville Lacking can hear me. Okay. So here's what I would do. All right. We have a nice free resource for you. I'm just putting my homepage link in. Okay. So if you take a look at my homepage, click on my homepage link. Now somebody's talking about Twitter, right? Twitter's moving up. The deal done? Or they're going to collect billions from Elon? Anyway, so if you click on my homepage link, Neville Lacking, I just put it underneath. Okay. So you click on it. This is what you're going to see. Go to the education section. Click here on the education, excuse me, on the education section, and scroll down until you see back to basics. This is for probably people like you who have never traded before, or well, literally never traded before, or have only traded a couple of times. And introduction to charts and candlesticks, support, resistance, etc. It's about 30. It's either 33 or 36 short videos, but I would really encourage that is a great starting point for you. Okay, and it's a free resource for you. Okay, that's where I would start. Never mind trade ideas right now. I mean, the program trade ideas. You've got to have some basic understanding of charts and candlesticks and support resistance and all that before you do anything at all, really. Okay. I know somebody said there's a test drive coming up. I mean, you can take the test drive, but if you have no trading experience at all, now between now and then, you certainly, if you want to, you can take a look at those videos. We are having a test drive, yes. Starts October the 17th, but you really have to have some basis of trading knowledge. But in case you do want to just, to see what the program is all about, give me a moment. Give me one moment. All right, so I put a link in called test drive. Okay, so if you click on that test drive link, if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts, so it gives you a chance to look at those videos and all. And the test drive starts on October 17th, runs to the 31st, 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. It'll give you access to basically our full program. Okay. And so if you decide to do it, just save that link or save my homepage, and I'll have to add that link somehow. But I mean, that link will be alive for the next couple of weeks anyway, because the test drive doesn't start till the 17th. Okay, so you can always try the test drive, and that's not teaching you how to trade. It's an introduction to our program, and we only do this about 4 times a year, so good opportunity to try us out. And once the test drive is over, it's over. In other words, there's nothing for you to do, nothing to unsubscribe from, and we don't put you into a subscription. Okay. Exactly. You have to feel like you're ready. Okay. All right, guys. I'm out of the RCII now. Made a little bit, not as much as I wanted, of course, but made a little bit. Kura. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Used to see this one quite a bit. Kura Oncology. Have not seen this one for a long time. So INM is sort of the cousin of. Oh, thank you, thank you. Not on a break, obviously, anymore. So INM is kind of the cousin of ATXI, in that it's another very, very low float situation. So let's just see. I mean, is it basing here now at 7? Yeah, I see that your IC is working for you, Zach, and anybody else who shorted that up in this area. And yeah, the the VWAP test, 1883, as Real pointed out, and Zach pointed out earlier. So guys, at this point, I'm not in anything. I'm out of the RCII. I may look at it later if it sort of gives another little bit of collapse, but third time of trading it. Last time was okay. First 2 times, small losses on the shorts. I'm in this one, now to Shady's point, I mean, all I kept saying is wait, is basing at 11. The volume wasn't there. It was under 200,000 shares. Wait for some volume to come in. Okay. And that's basically what happened right there. The volume came in and it just popped it through. More importantly, my big deal about this one is looking left and look at the potential void fill. I'm not saying this is getting back to 1764 ever, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Now, who told me that OIIM was a merger? Who is that? I want you to step forward in the room. Somebody did. John did. Well, we might have a few Johns. Well, John, because of that news, I got out of the trade. I was actually in that trade at 412, I think. And I'm just pulling your leg there a little bit. I thought he said 5. Oh, yeah, I don't see this. I don't know if I have any free articles left, but you're saying it's 440, not 5? Okay. At any rate, it is 5. That's what he said. Yeah. So I took myself out of the trade thinking, I guess, well, probably won't move very much. So anyway, that's okay. I'm just pulling his leg if he's still in the room. All right. There is Shady's Sober just hanging over 3 again. Hit 305. And there's your magnet, maybe 336. I never took it, Zach. I never took the IC. Posh, going to the whole number. I saw this one earlier today. POSH. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So it was right around here. I think we are talking about this. I think it was winning a race or something. So I saw this. No, look at this. Basically, kind of held that 8 EMA, 10 SMA area and just bounced up right off it. Yeah, most of us, well, I don't know most of us, but I certainly did not have shorts available for FNGR. Now, does a 200-day hold on the way down? Excuse me. Wow, look at this one. It's KLXE. What a run. This is what a run, guys. KLXE. Don't think well, I'm seeing it here. Did it ever win a race? See, that's the only problem I see with the races, guys, is that if a stock doesn't win a race, it doesn't make the top 10, obviously. Um, but you could get a situation where a stock, maybe finishes second or third a bunch of times. And that's the next thing I know. I've been after them. That's the next thing I want them to somehow to add. So we'd have a list of the ones that finish in the top three the most and rank them. Because I mean, we shouldn't be punishing a stock that finishes second, 30 times in the day, but it didn't win a race, so you're not seeing it in the top 10. So there was some news for the sober. Okay. The company announced it signed 3 reseller agreements with national distributors. Okay. I'm not sure Centerpoint is available in Canada, even if I wanted to switch. How is that IPO doing? Ugh, what an ugly IPO. Wow. However, you never know. Next week, you never know what could happen with something like this. If it takes out 5 at some point next week, it could go on a run. So, no harm in just putting an alert there. Put a price alert for LASE at say 5 and seeing if it ever takes it out. Yeah, I see it's winning a race. And why? Well, because it came, 289 up to 3 on a percentage basis. That must be about 3.5%. Okay. So it may not be over. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything watching the sober here. if it trying to hold that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, okay, and the 8 EMA, trying to hold it. See how it's kind of riding up. Let's see if it pops into it and then holds and then moves higher again. QTRX is still looking pretty good. But that wasn't a big pullback, and it looks like it wants to keep moving to a certain extent anyway. No moving averages, no nothing to stop it so far. Aha, so that three level did not hold for finger. FNGR did not hold so far. It's funny in Canada, I have Prime, but in Canada we don't have to watch it on Prime. Thursday Night Football. Boy, look at this parabolic move for this KLXE. I don't know if there's any specific news on this one. I don't see, do I? Is there? I can't see any specific news for this KLXE. And look at the room now it's got. Energy play, support activities for oil and gas. Okay. Um, the next high looking left looks like it's around almost 10 guys for KLXE. I mean, it's chasing it now. And I have to think, I'm surprised it's not showing up on your scanner, Zach, your topping tail scanner. And there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers for KLXE. All right, yeah, I can't look at this ugly looking chart. AQST, let's take a look at AQST, what it is, what it's doing. Again, I look left, I just see something too close, 127. All right, give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. S Pro, I haven't seen this one for a while. This is the one that had the big $66 million, I think, upfront payment from GSK. A big flurry that day, went from 62 cents all the way up to 312, pulled back, and is really not doing anything since. The energy play that was going parabolic from Scott in our YouTube room was KLXE. KLXE. Look at this. I mean, from 7 to almost 9, straight up, hasn't been affected by anything that the market's doing. And it's not like you can say, XLE, the energy sector, is doing the same thing. So, but KLXE, yeah, I mean, just straight up. I mean, I've got to be looking to short this. Son of a gun, we're just all right. Well, I'm in a short of this one. I was trying to find the, I guess I could call it a scalp short, but we'll see what happens. And in this area right here, 868, 868. It might stall at 850. It might stall at 850 right there. That's the low of the previous 15-minute candle. If it gets back up to 860, I'm out, okay? Because I mean, it's so strong. This is so annoying having to type this in. This is because I'm on this development build and something's broken in our price alerts. Just watching it, guys, watching to see. I mean, my fantasy level would be 830. Excuse me, down at 830, the low of that candle there. But just watching to see how it does, how it trades. Really, sound is broken in production and beta for you. Really, I'm assuming you've got a ticket. You've contacted support. All right, a little mini winner for me. So wow, bigger winner. Look at this. Yay. Okay, I'll take it. That good enough for you, Shady? To say exactly where I was getting in? Why? Understand, I've got to be a little more careful than the average person in here. I cannot say to some people, okay, guys, everybody should be in this short at 875. I mean, I was in what, 868, sorry, 868. All I said was, this looks too parabolic. I'm looking for a short on this. Well, I'm sure the ticket's been created. There's no, I mean, I don't know if they're going to give you a confirmation that the ticket is created. Wow, this is turning into an awesome little short, guys. Oh, there's my fantasy right there. I hit my fantasy. 820, well, 830 and down. So anybody take it? Any takers on that one? Um, so you did it before the promotion was up, JK? Okay, well, let me, hmm, give, I'm gonna private message you, okay, so I can get your email. Hopefully you can see, just give me your email, so I'll contact Taylor and I'll find out what's going on, but she needs your email. Whoa, guys, this turned out to be a sensational short. Anybody take it? Please tell me at least, even if you're lying, just tell me you took it. I mean, look, how good is that? That's about the best one I've seen in a long time. Look at that red candle, guys. So JK, can you see the private chat? I just popped up a private chat for you. I need your email. Otherwise, they can't look up your account, okay? Whoa. Sorry guys, this is covered most. I mean, I don't know if it's going to take out 8, but you don't see the private chat? I don't know why you don't see it. Well, I'll tell you what. Put your email in here and I'll immediately delete it, okay? Just give me your email address. I'll copy it and I'll delete it. Okay, just give me 1 second. Okay, now I can delete it. Yeah, you took 10,000 shares, right? Uh, well, honestly, guys, I can't remember the last time something like this worked out so well, so quickly. Honestly, I mean, we've had shorts before, but I mean, look at that. I mean, that is just, I mean, it's incredible, really. I mean, it's going with the market, but it wasn't, it was moving higher when the market was doing all this nonsense. So this had, wow, this had nothing to do with it. Oh, what a short. Seriously, I mean, that's a great, great short, if I do say so myself. No shares for KLXE? Oh, too bad. There were about 250,000 at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so JK, Taylor is looking now, okay? I just copied and pasted it right to her, so she says she's looking right now, okay? I'm actually surprised that KLXE, I didn't have, well, I didn't have FNGR. There were no shorts at Interactive Brokers, Teddy. I'm surprised this one didn't show up on your on your topping play. Obviously, something blocked it because that looks. I mean, seriously, when have we seen a candle like this? What do you mean? Why so much conviction? I didn't know it was going to do this. I mean, I was I was thinking it might stall at 850, and then I said my fantasy level would have been 828. I didn't know it was going to do this, but to me, it just looked way too parabolic. Zach, if you're talking to me, I'm talking about KLXE. I'm surprised it didn't show up on your topping tail on your topping plays. It looks like it has that pattern. I mean, it's very parabolic. I'm surprised it didn't show up here. Really interesting. But it's not sure. Well, I don't know. Who's your broker? Thinkorswim or right now there are 237,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Okay, excellent, JK. Yeah, well, that definitely made definitely made the day. That's for sure. Now the RCI, I don't know if real is still in it. I bounced myself out of that. Just didn't. I mean, it got back over 18 again. I think at one point. Yeah, it's been too choppy for me. Compare that to the other one, who just straight down. Mm. Yeah, look up below in the market again. Wow, big red bar. So the next one I'm looking at really is this silver from Shady. Again, I'm looking at maybe another three break. Maybe that gets it going again. It's pulled back. And as he said, there's room to about 336. So yeah, Apple, I don't trade Apple ever, but wow, you just don't see Apple usually doing something like this and getting downgrades even. I mean, it's almost heretical to downgrade Apple. Ooh, I almost forgot I was still in this QRTX. So I got to watch this one now, the QRTX. When it's trading on its own again, just like the KLXE earlier was completely trading on its own. But you know what? This market, it's touching that 8 EMA. That might be my time to take some profit anyway. All right, took some out, guys. Took some out. Not really wanting to hang around if this market puts in another giant red bar in anything, really. Even though these are kind of trading on their own, at some point, people are just going to say, I don't care. If in theory it is supposed to be trading on its own, not caring too much what the market's doing, there's just not a lot of too much doom and gloom. Well, let's see how well this 8 EMA or the 10 SMA holds this QTRX. Let's see if it holds it at all. So this ATXI is doing its thing again. Again, this is completely trading on its own. It doesn't give a rip about what the rest of the market's doing. Now, the next high looking left, I'm not including today's high, is way up here at 14 and a half or so. Hey, I just did something kind of cool. I didn't know you could do that. I was trying to add in one of my thumbnail charts the 20 SMA, and I accidentally clicked on it 3 times. So you want a thicker line, guys? Just click on it 3 times when you do the ad. That'll get you a thicker line if you want one. Oh, this is what I mean. So I don't have the 20 SMA here. I don't have it. So if I think I have I'm sorry, the 10. Ooh, guys, finger right over 3, but let me do this first. Well, in fact, there it is. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the SMAs. I'm going to add the 10. If you click add a few times, you'll get a much thicker line if that's what you want. Thank you, JK. I will. Thank you. Into the Gobi Desert. Not in this lifetime. Whew, okay, guys. This less will actually, nah, I don't, it's not interesting. I know it's added to the S&P small cap 600, just not that interesting though, in my opinion. All right, guys, so my entry on this could be around that 308 mark if this is the FNGR, if and only if we get some volume. Okay, I mean, we had the massive volume burst right here. You can see it right there. Here's the candle, went completely exponential, parabolic, I guess, parabolic. And then the volume, as the volume tapered off, all the buying enthusiasm tapered off. Okay. So unless we get a big vol, it doesn't have to be this big, but something that stands out as opposed to declining volume. That's on the FNGR. But so I'm interested around that 307 mark, which is the high of these three candles, the current candle, plus the previous two. It would take those highs out, but it's got to be done on volume. So I put my price alert in. Okay, so if it happens, my price alert window will pop up on my screen. I can click on the alert, and then I can see if the volume is good enough, and then I can make up my mind if we're going to take the trade. That is my thought process. Yeah, I'm in that Samsung category. I've never had an Apple. Never. All right, guys, sober back over three. Okay, on some a little bit of, yeah, the volume is increasing. Look at that volume today, 22 million, 5.5 in the float. So the volume is increasing a little bit here. What time is it right now? 54. So another little over 5 minutes for this candle to close, and the volume is starting to increase. So taking it and see if it holds this three, and if it doesn't, I'm out. It's that simple. Boy, the FNGR, it looks interesting. I just do. Is the volume there yet? Yeah, volume is sort of picking up, but Yeah, part of me says I should have taken some out around that 317 mark. I'm not in this for the long term. That I'm talking about the sober. Argentina, Dak, Argentina. Sort of a, well, my wife is going, she's actually at a conference, so I'm piggybacking. No, 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 no. I'm not in. I'm not in. I'm not in there. No, I'm talking about sober all day long because Shady mentioned it yesterday, and he said he was going to take it, swing it, and just wanted to give him some kudos. That's all. Wear a mask at all times. I don't know. I don't know what the situation is there. Just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys. I'm completely out of the QTRX now. I was actually kind of following the 10 SMA and the 8 EMA, and look what it did. So now that was that shortable? No, that was shortable too. That is shortable. Yeah. Wow. Lots of shares available. Should have almost a giant red candle like the other one. 2 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. This was not nowhere near as parabolic as the KLXE though. But that's a great, great red candle. Come on. SAI? Yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, I know it's still up 21%. It's, what a just about trash the last 4 days. Just a little bit of a bounce. I don't know. I wouldn't trust it. But the next high, I mean, yesterday's high is 333. Yeah, I got that thumbnailed, Cam. You're absolutely right about the ATXI. Super risky, super risky, but I think I have a couple of, well, there it is. There's my alert at 1140. Okay, guys, that knocked me out of the sober. Took a little loss on the sober. I will look at it again, maybe, but that might be it for me in the sober. As I said, I probably should have, popped up to 317. I probably should have taken some off, but I was slow in the, I wasn't quick enough, actually. Okay, is KLXE reversing? It is. Hard to believe it'll come back to these levels. That's a real confidence destroyer. That candle right there. Yeah, I definitely got greedy on that sober. Okay, guys, sober is enticing me again. I think my problem is I have too many shares, I guess. So I'm a little greedy in that aspect. Had too many shares, and so that's why I had to cut my had a tighter stop. Now the finger is actually holding 10 SMA and the 80 MAs. It's actually holding right there. But no volume, no volume. Remember I was saying we got to wait for volume to pop this through. And there just isn't any volume. It just completely dried up. Now, the volume is good. Don't get me wrong. 323,000 for this sort of a stock is awesome. But in relation to what was happening before, you can just see, just you don't need to see the actual amount, just do the eyeball test. And you can see the volume is starting, well, has been decreasing, decreasing, decreasing until it, but this is a sort of stock that easily, 3 o'clock, power hour, what do you want to call it, later on in the day, that if the volume comes back, it could easily pop through that and continue if the volume comes back. Yeah, this is not good. All your things that you're posting, Zach. All right, guys, not seeing too much right now. The only thing I'm really watching is the finger, FNGR. That's price alert set at around 308, 306 or so. We get that price alert. If it triggers on volume, I'll be interested. Otherwise, just going to leave it alone. Thanks, Cam. I appreciate that. Not looking to the 15-hour flight, but other than that, it's all good. Okay, guys, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, let's take a look at blue, what it is doing. Not much. I'm telling you, this finger has the look. Okay, it just has the look. It's something that is just settling down here, holding that 8 and 10 EMA or 10 SMA, 8 EMA, holding it. And I know broken record, but if it pops through this on volume, it's going to get it running again. Well, the FXLV, of course, that's the buyout or the potential buyout at 4. So I don't know. I don't know what we can really expect from that. It did hit 378 in the pre-market, I guess. And I'm sort of watching the just as a real spec ATXI as it gets back over 1150. Let's see. I mean, it did hit 1225. Yeah, this one has not followed suit. The INM, I thought maybe it might piggyback a little bit on the ATXI just because of the float situation, but not really. X4, let's see what it's doing. All right, well, had to pull back. No, that's flying time, Dak. 5 hours to Houston, 10 hours to Buenos Aires from Houston. That's actual flying time. All right, guys. Wow, this HROW, that somebody pointed that out earlier on in the day. I don't know if it's in the pre-market or what. That's a nice, that was really, really good. Got all the way up to 13 before it pulled back. All right, well, it's trying, but is the volume there? The volume just isn't there, guys. Let's take a look at it on a bigger chart. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So you see how the volume is just tailed completely off. I mean, the volume is good. Don't get me wrong. 260,000 in this sort of a stock is excellent. But I mean, in relation to everything else, the volume is just tailed off. Now, what you'd like to see is something maybe like that big. If it's going to pop through this level, you see there's one, two, three 15-minute candles with tops around that area. So if it's going to pop through that, but with no volume, chances are it'll just fall right back. So that's the issue. And as I've said many, many times, I'm not going to anticipate that it's going to break out of here. Say, it's probably going to happen, so I'll take the trade right now. Oh, jeez. What a world. So that's what Zach is talking about. So good grief, we're going to have the anti-radiation sector now. I think I'm going to be glad I'm going to be gone next week. And I don't trade at all. I don't even look at the market, not even once. All right, guys. All right, just talk one last time about my wonderful homepage. First, we'll talk about the test drive. All right, give me a moment, guys. I think I've got my official link now for this test drive stuff. Give me a moment. Okay, this is the more official link for the test drive. The other one, I mean, it's official, but it's the link is a little less cumbersome. Okay, let's see if this works. Click. Oops. Aha. Okay. Okay, I have to hit the link. That's not good. Okay, so I will do something different. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the other link in. It's the same link. I just the other one is just a little shorter. That's all. All right, guys. FNGR. I mean, it's definitely interesting. I don't see the volume yet, though. I really don't. I mean, listen, it may go up with little volume, but no, the room will not be closed next week. So what's happening is Chris Varley will open the room like normal. Okay, all you know Chris. He's in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 every day, Monday to Friday. No, so he'll open the room like normal. He'll hop on the mic every now and then. He cannot. He's got other duties, so he cannot be on the mic all day long. But he will share his screen, so you'll see his screen. He's got some races going also, and yeah, we'll run it like that. And then William and Real are on patrol. So guys, sign up for the test drive. So there's the link. There's the test drive link. Not the one here. Not this one. The one underneath. Okay. And here it is. Sign up for it. October 17th to the 31st. So if you sign up today, you're pre-registering. Okay. That's all you're doing. You're pre-registering. And so you're not getting data. Okay. The volume is a little bit of a volume here, a little bit of volume. That's more than the previous one anyway, but not huge. Okay, again, if you're signing up for it, you're do it today. You're pre-registering. No data until the 17th. Please read this. The 17th to the 31st. That is when it starts. 10 trading days. And you'll get 10 trading days if you can do it from the 17th to the 31st. If you can only start on the 18th, for instance, you'll get 9 days. Okay, so you're not getting 10 days from whenever you start. Okay, so when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. Don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, we don't put you into a subscription. We'll have a nice promo code afterwards, but we don't put you into a subscription, so you don't have to worry about that. And you'll have access it almost everything. No auto trading. That's it though. No auto trading. Okay. And if you're a standard subscriber and you wanted to try our premium service out for those 10 trading days, you can do so. And again, if you don't want it after the 10 days, you'll automatically be put right back to standard. Okay. So that's the test drive. And last, we have another half an hour of my being on the mic probably, then I'll put myself on mute. All right, so there's my homepage link. So on my link, my homepage, you'll find this. So if you want to take out a subscription right there, there is your promo code. You can use Barry15 for 15% off. First month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. You must do the let's get started. Okay. It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. That'll get you started. I do a stock of the day. Obviously, nothing next week. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and that is free. The education section is here, and all my scans are here. Okay. So save my link. And if you do take out a subscription, if you use my link, it helps the room and it helps me. Okay. Helps the room because the room is free. The room is free for a reason. I do, talk a little bit I promote trade ideas all day long, but I mean, the use of trade ideas all day long, but then we get into the actual promotion, the sales promotion. Don't think it's too heavy handed, but people take out subscriptions from my link, then the company knows that the room is working and they don't mind keeping it free like it's been since 2015, October, almost 7 years. Wow, 7 years. I ain't holding nothing. Not that I'm a big holder of anything anyway, but ah, hi Paradox. I see you're posting about F1, etc. So what did you do? I think I know what you did. You didn't hold on, did you? You got shaken out a couple of times, maybe on these little topping tails. Definitely a nice move, though. Boy, 260 to 320. What a great percentage move. And oh, I thought we had a real halt. Finger, finger, finger. Still holding, still holding that 10 SMA and the 8 EMA, still holding. Just not, I mean, the volume was a little bit here and it kind of popped it up, but just not, we need some big volume, I think. Remember SNTI yesterday? Let me just bring that up and I'll show you what I'm talking about when we talk about volume. Grab this thing, come on, there we go. So remember SNTI waited a long, 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 long time. It just was just chopping around, not doing too much. I kept saying, we need some volume. Look how the volume just completely and utterly tailed off, tailed off, tailed off, and then boom, at 330. Look at that volume. Look at the volume that came in. And look what it did. It popped it from 212 to 241. Didn't hold, but the theory being is that all of this was just, chop, 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 chop. You get the big volume and it broke right through that price alert that I had. So I'm not saying that finger is going to do the same thing, but that's kind of, imagine if we got a big volume bar. It doesn't have to be like this one. More than likely it wouldn't be. That's the opening 15-minute one. I'm sorry, that is not the open. That's the 12:45 one. Hey, who knows? Maybe we do get one like that. But right now, there's no point in taking it, in my opinion. You know what's kind of holding well is, believe it or not, is the ATXI. It's just kind of for a very whippy stock, kind of holding almost basing, and the spread isn't nonsensical. So, aha! Look what happened with Finger so far, anyway. No volume, no push. Yeah, not a good one though, Christoph. Christoph in our YouTube room talking about the LASE IPO. Not good at all. Whoa, ATXI, what are you going to do? Are you going to have a late day explosion? So you're in the trade ideas. Are you asking if you should short sell? You're not asking, are you, Larry? You're in the trade ideas questions. It's interesting. I mean, it's definitely a downturn and all that. Another leg down. Probably tracking the market. Just went negative, if that's what you're looking at. All right, guys. So if you've got questions, certainly fire away right now. I'm not really doing too much. Okay, so Larry, you're posting that in the trade ideas question section. Your tech short. I wasn't sure if you're asking me if you should be shorting tech. And that's where we take all the gifts that we don't want, we box them up and we take them back to the stores. The only one you can't do that with is a gift from your wife. No, the Festivus for the rest of us. Yeah, no, they're always great gifts because I get what I ask for. So can't go wrong. Larry, you're still in the trade ideas question section. Okay, guys, I think what I'm going to do is put myself on mute right now, and I'm still here till 3:30. If there is a question, I'll hop back on the mic, okay? I'll hop back on the mic if I see something interesting, but I'll just put myself on mute. Okay? Okay, guys, obviously I have to hop in here. The volume came in, okay? The volume finally came into the finger, FAR. How far it's going to go, I don't know, but the high is up here at 378. So the volume came in. You could just look at it right on that 15-minute chart. The volume started to really surge. So that's what you had to wait for. Look at this Warby, guys, WRBY. It is now, the next low looking left is about $1 away. I think it's around 12.30, 12.53. It's literally $1 away. It's just taking out that low there, which is 13.58. So if this market just, continues to move down, could take Warby with it. All right, guys, a little bit late, but here's this ATXI on the move. It had a pullback to about 1090, and then it just shot up almost $1. And that is the ATXI. All right, guys, so I don't have the finger, boy, that ATXI, guys, ATXI is the high. Boy, if it takes out that high at 1233, I mean, the next high is 1453 over here. Yikes. Late day bloomer. I was a little bit wrong on the test drive. It's actually 11 trading days. Okay. It's actually 11 trading days. So it's going from a Monday until 2 weeks Monday. So that's October 17th to October 31st. And so, in other words, it's not Monday then to the following Friday. It's Monday to the, well, 2 week Mondays. You get 3 Mondays. How's that? So you actually get 11 trading days for the 11/11. Thank you, William. I will, can't wait to get back to hear your cheerful posts. Okay. read your cheerful posts. ATXI looks really, ugh. Look at the volume. ATXI, look at the volume that is coming into this one. 25 million with 755,000 in the float. Okay, guys. Oops. Okay, guys, I'm going to pack this in early, okay? And Chris should be in our YouTube room any moment now. There he is.
Here I am.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Let me just put the YouTube link in so they can head over there.
You got it. I've made the screen swap.
Excellent. Hey guys, so Chris is in our YouTube room right now. So you can head over there. I'm going to shut down the main room. So we'll see you guys in, how long will that be? Back on the 10th, I guess. Is that the 10th?
I guess. I didn't even look.
Let me see. Yeah, the 10th. So I'll be back in the main room and both rooms on the 10th. Okay, guys, thanks so much, Chris.
You got it, my friend. You have a wonderful, wonderful time. Eat lots of steak and drink red wine for me.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Both in plentifuls. Okay, thanks.
Take care, Barry.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So bonus time, right? Get Barry out of here on his way. He probably takes less time off than anybody I know, to be honest. So very well deserved, and going to a country that is near and dear to my heart. With all that said, happy Friday to you all. Another sell-off today. Anybody that follows me on Twitter knows that I don't know, did I do it on my main account or do it on my second account? I can't remember now, but I talked about on Twitter on one of my accounts, gap them and trap them today. We didn't even really get that because the SPY never ended up gapping up, to be honest. But if we look here, get my handy drawing tool. Let's zoom a little bit better to get a better view of yesterday coming into today. There we go. That looks good. And so, here's yesterday's open and the, big washout early in the day, a reversal, washed them out, and a reversal. And this is the stuff that makes bear markets so hard right here, right? This chop and slop that's like this, right? This is what really shakes people out, gets them frustrated, throwing their hands up, what do I do? What do I, nothing's working kind of stuff. And then, we close here and we open the pre-market with quite a gap up, actually. We hold that for quite a while here into the pre-market. And then around 7 o'clock, actually just before 7, let's call it 6:30, we start to get a release here and lose it in the pre-market. And then by the open, gone, just like that. And a washout again this morning, come down, touch near yesterday's lows, just off of them, right? We get that reversal. So again, starting with that real frustrating stuff, right? And then another sell-off sideways, and that looked like it was just ready to wash out right there. And there you have it, sports fans. So it's just one of those things. We look here in the races right now. Look how many inverse ETFs are coming in. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 inverse ETFs. I think this is an inverse ETF too. No, it's a trust. Same crap though. Or not. It's not the same thing. But I shouldn't say that. Yeah, just tough look right now for the market. That's all there is to it. So, kind of is what it is. Messaging Barry and wishing him the best of luck and the happiest of trips. There we go. That's that. Now they just tried to bounce both the Qs and the SPYs. The royal they. Oops, right here. And that got rejected hard here. And you just look at it since it got pinned under that 8 EMA on that 15-minute chart today. That's really been it. We're well below some really significant lines here now on the Qs. Let me get rid of this pre-market stuff. We don't need that. Let's do some zooming out. And we're really moving towards pre-COVID highs pretty quickly right now. Now there's your June low on the Qs. Again, we're busting through it again here. So like I always say, like that glass ceiling, how many times can you dance on that glass ceiling before that's the end? Now, I am still in the camp. We're not going to see major capitulation. I'm not going to say we won't see anything that resembles capitulation. I don't think we see that holy cow, the VIX spiked 47, 48 kind of capitulation though. I don't even know if we really see above 40. This all feels so orderly to me and so organized, the selling. It's kind of spooky. That's what it seems like to me. And while I wasn't a trader in the the financial crisis, I did do some investing through it and watched markets a lot during that time. It's just very different than that was. Just very orderly like that. So FNGR, yeah, FNGR's had a heck of a day. Heck of a day here. Beautiful move on the open here. And that opening hour, nice sideways action, an explosion off of that, and again rebounding right here again. So that's big time. Big time. Got plenty of alpha out there still. I don't know what beat is doing today. That's probably, I'm gonna guess, down now today, right after that run. It's not overly beat up though. Yes, pun intended. Down the 8%, almost 9%. Small stock, or small price stock, but This thing could easily do that, we know as well. So 3.7 million in float. But perhaps, we hold the lows of yesterday, right? Thing can consolidate for a day or two, start to march on. We'll see, Still plenty of liquidity, still pretty good volume here. Only time will tell. Nothing lasts forever. We don't marry these things. Excuse me while I give myself a yawn. Take a look at some of these others that are coming through the race here. So, wow, GAN. Now, the bars make it look a little better than it is. 31 cents here. So it's not like it's nothing and it's 15%. But, sometimes we can see candles like this and they can mean, $4 or $5 move. This is, like I just said, a 31-cent move. But nevertheless, pretty solid. JVA. Now, see, this is the kind of stuff I mostly try to avoid with the races. And that's why I have the volume filter in that I do. But it is what it is. Well, this had a, this big washout in reverse here. But the fact this is doing nearly 17 and a half times what it's normally doing for volume and traded 500,000 shares, it tells you how illiquid this stock is, generally speaking. Coffee holdings, whatever the heck that means. I should have realized JVA, right? Java. Most obvious, least obvious, right? That's that in a nutshell here, folks. Again, anyone with questions, please fire those away for me. We got some scanning thoughts, or we've got some charts or market thoughts. Fire back and forth with those. Here's a list of price alerts for my day today. A lot of things didn't materialize. I felt like there's a lot of good setups happening early in the day, and then there wasn't a lot of follow through. So DNA on Wednesday had a nice day. Yesterday gave back some, and today started to march up and then just fell apart. So you can see a price alert I had here, never materialized. ILAG, I took a loss on this one today after a couple of days of getting some nice wins on it. It was kind of a bummer. But I got it here. Kind of felt like it was gonna make a move for me, and it didn't. I should have paid more attention to that declining volume. It's kind of foolish of me. Glad I'm out now because it's really giving it up and just sideways and off it goes. So I got stopped out of that one. That was kind of not fun. What else did we look at today? FREY, another one that didn't materialize. Looked like it was ready to go again. You got this kind of move up that we had recently, and not quite a flag pattern. It wants to be a flag, but it's not. All the same, the liquidity's there. The volume's obviously drying up here. When we look at that right here, but seen it go on some good runs, and really recently at that too. So thought it might be setting up. Didn't happen. That's the way it goes. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Excuse me, just a message came in. So, yeah, so Frey, like said, a couple times I looked at it when it got up here into the 1470s. I kept resetting the price alert, moving it up and down with it, just didn't materialize. NVTA, I think same thing, right? Yeah. So made a nice initial move, got up here to yesterday's highs, and never really got through it after that. Again, look at potential things that they can do and have done. Obviously, it's had that huge day then. It's been a fade pretty much since. You got this day here, but still an overall fade from that high of just over 8. Big float, though. That's what's interesting to me there. And again, great liquidity. Volume, again, starts to dry up. So we can see a lot of stuff made some moves, but just didn't have that follow through today. There was some follow throughs. We're going to get through a few alerts. We're going to get to a few alerts that had those follow throughs. Kano, another one here, same thing. Nice chart here in the sense that, we had this range, this nice move up. We're hanging out up in this area. The market's selling off hard, the last week plus. This is not selling off hard, right? So still a good setup that's going on here, right? We'll see going into next week. INM took a scalp on this one here. I took it here on this bar at 805. Got out somewhere up here, 840, 839 is where I got out actually. So I took a quick scalp, quick ride on that right there. Tough trader, few halts in that today. Obviously giving it up pretty hard. We see that makes these runs though, right? So I was looking for that potential insanely low float. Never used to trade these things, but the races have converted me. Blue made a good move today. So nice move off that opening candle, presenting itself with an opportunity in here. Wasn't a long-lived opportunity, but even if you had grabbed it here, well, you're at least not sitting underwater at this point. So not too shabby from Blue today. And that overall chart, this is interesting, right? So it's obviously in a long-term downtrend here. However, it bottomed a long time ago, bottomed back in June, the end of May, beginning of June. And so it's been up ever since off those lows while the market continues to make new lows. So this week I spent a lot of time talking about finding relative strength to the market. The tough part about ones like this with relative strength to the market is it's a biotech, right? Pharmaceutical, bio, whatever. It's one of those ones that can do what we just saw happen here. It's down to $6. So, how far can it really go? Obviously, $6 more to zero, right? So there's always an inherent risk with what we do. More risk in a stock like Blue, obviously. But relative to the rest of the market, it's pretty strong right now over the last couple of months. When we compare it to the overall market going back some years, not the same. We can see a very awful downtrend. And that is a falling knife right there. I mean, a really bad falling knife. So, make of all these things what you want. So make of that what you want. But again, more for an exercise of looking at charts. We can find charts like this as compared to the overall market over the last several months and then find them not in bios. That's really outstanding. ABOS made early move as well today. Kind of gave it up afterwards. And we narrow in here. We could see this early candle and just really sideways after that, but still hanging out up here. And so there's a lot of potential on this still, right? You got this. Oops, that's not a very good one. That's not a very good line. So you got this kind of this area up in here. Think of it as a zone, right? Pops through this though, you're looking at 15 bucks, right? Not saying it gets there. That's just the potential that could happen. Channeling my inner Barry. AIMD, another high flyer off the open. Couldn't get anything together. I don't think there's any long-term potential here looking at it. More pharmaceutical nonsense. So IONQ, not a bad move here off this 5, right? So you had a pretty nice open here with that gap up. Get an okay move sideways here. I'm going to release into that for the next hour plus. You're not setting the world on fire, but you get several trades like that a week, especially in a market like that. You're going to feel a lot better about yourself, that's for sure. ATXI, another of those super low floaters. So makes a nice move. Nice flag that happens here, an explosion off that flag. Sideways afterwards. But this thing, pretty interesting here. You got this big volume here that day. Declining volume. The volume falls out, completely the next day. And we have increasing volume again. So let's look at this. Let's drill down a little better. Get us days. And so we got Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. So Tuesday, it has this big day like this. Wednesday takes a tick down, but Thursday comes back. Friday comes back even more. So I'll be curious on Monday. I don't often do this, but I might just leave a price alert set for this for $12 for Monday. I'm lying. I'm going to set that at 11:30-ish. Leave that going into Monday and see what happens there. Typically, I don't carry price alerts over to the next day, but this one's got me a little interested. Can't help that. Again, pharmaceuticals. So taking these over home. I don't have it on as a winner here there, Peter. So, but I'll share this out. I don't know if it won maybe just one race early in the day. I don't think it won any races today. I think it just, I saw it on a race early, but it never won anything. So there's no way for me to go back and know when it was on the race. Here you go. So no winners today on that. But like I said, it popped up on the scanner early in the morning. Just didn't win anything. Yeah, I think, Patrick, a reason for that is people are trying to find stuff to day trade right now. You've got a lot of people that are swing traders, retail swing traders, moving over to day trading or doing a lot more pivoting to day trading. So things like this with these really low floats are where you're going to find a lot of the action right now. It's just a very tough swing trading environment. Yeah, Peter. Let me. Which blue again? Right? You were saying blue. I think because it only way up here, it's at 11% from the open, right? So it wasn't winning based on a delta value because first the top list takes the stocks and sorts them change from open, and then it becomes a delta value that they race on that change from open. So this just didn't continue to move up from the open. Other things really did today. ATXI is something that continued to move from the open. SOBR continued to move from the open, throughout the day. I think that's why. Once blue got up there, it was sideways the whole rest of the day. It never had another burst like SOBR had some bursts today. I would suspect that's what did it. I'm curious here. And I see, Percussion Octopus. Give me 1 second. I'll throw up that chart in a second here. But yeah, also, back to also to Patrick there. I think that's why you're seeing so much in the biospace happening like that. I don't think that anybody believes these things are winners, are going to be happening or something special. I think it's just, the nature of what's going on right now. So replay from the open. I'm curious. I just want to run this replay from the open. I'm curious when blue may have jumped on here. Yeah, let's get that nice and big. So, okay, Chris, let's do this the right way this time. Huh? So this is going to replay essentially the whole day. I haven't played with the replayed mode much on these races. There's blue early in the day right there, up at 6:18, and so that's how I ended up with it. But it never won a race actually. So it was here off, the scan here that I just shared. So it was here, but it was like on the open. It was in like the first 15 minutes or so that it was on a race, just never won anything. You could see it never was a leader in the pack either. It was always back here. There was always something ahead of it up here. So, yeah, but never made that move off that early stuff. So, FXLV. Oh, so yeah, got that here. So I don't see it on the board up here, but it must have been in an early race, even though it didn't make the top 10. I don't, might have won a race somewhere. Not really seeing it actually as a winner anywhere. FXLV. Yeah, so I don't think it won any races, but I'm sure, it was on the race at some point somewhere. I would guess somewhere in here. But again, change from open, it's only up now it's up 7% from the open rate here, right? So, but, looking at it, quote unquote, long term or whatever, bottom's back here, but, it's a falling knife. It's filling this gap right now. So, yeah, one of those tough ones. There's not a ton of space for it to move at this point. You're going to fight with a lot of resistance, right? So you're going to fight with the resistance on this gap. Then you're going to fight with the resistance of $4. And you're going to fight with the resistance at the top of that level right there. Then you'll fight with probably $4.25, $4.50, and $5. Now, it could just blow through any one of those. You never know, especially if it's going to have a day, obviously. But those are likely areas that we could see resistance come into it. So this is one of those things I would love to see it, consolidate a couple of days or even test the bottom of the gap up here and then bounce off of that. That's what I'd like to see there. Obviously, with trading nearly 36 million shares on the day and a relative volume just shy of 45, it's going to be active on Monday. That's not going to go away completely. It's not going to go back down to trading, 500,000 shares on Monday, for example. Might it only trade 4 or 5 million shares? Sure, that's, likely could it have that large of a drop in volume? Of course it could. Just no way to really know, obviously, till we get there. But I suspect it'll still be an active stock. I have no idea what they are. You take a look for fun. It's irrelevant to me, but for fun, we'll look. Engages in franchising and licensing of F45 training brands to fitness facilities. So, all right. So I'm guessing it's some kind of gym. And they got, stuff all over the world, it looks like. But only 17 studios, I think, also. So it's not, they have, just a couple studios in several different countries. So all the same, we never know. We never know till we get there. So I wouldn't discount putting on a list. It's not a small float. Also not exactly a large float either. You're looking at 46 mil, give or take. It's got a good size short float and a huge short growth. So if this thing started to press on those shorts, you could also see a little fuel to the fire that way too. But definitely, definitely tough getting off that bottom. And anybody that knows me knows how I feel about stocks and downtrends. Yeah, that's correct, Peter. Yeah, for sure. Like I always say, the top 10 makes a nice watch list here, but right off the open, I'm really watching this in the first 5 to 10 minutes, like really, really watching the live data like a hawk, clicking through everything and setting price alerts very early in the day. Because like I've said it a couple times before, you could have something just kind of slowly creeping up on the day, but it's never winning based on a delta value. It's just kind of creeping, where you have other things make the spike for 15, 20, 30 minutes. And so they're winning based on a delta value. Then they'll give it up and then they come back again and they start to win again because of that delta value again, where something else just kind of creeps along like that. So, no perfect in any of this, but still pretty decent. How can you get your races to move this smooth again? I'm on an HTML. This is a test here. I'm on a beta version right now. Hopefully this will be out to you folks in the next, I don't know, month. I'd like to, I'll throw a month out there for fun, but don't hold me to it. But if I right click, you'll see use browser interface. So this is using a browser. This isn't really the app, actually. This is a web HTML5, this race. So the whole software is eventually going to become this HTML5, and the app that we all know will cease to exist at some point. What that point is, I don't know. It's, number one being worked on, though, because we want to bring people that are Linux based and Mac based into the fold to the full potential of the software. And this is the way we can do it. So, yes, no, it does look really good, but there's been some hangups on it. I don't know if you remember, if you were here or not, earlier in the week and the end of last week, I kept crashing over and over again. And that was why. It was because I was on this. So that's why it's, and I ran it for about a week and it was fine. And then all of a sudden it started crashing me nonstop and I had to stop using the HTML for a day while they sorted through what was going on the people that are much, much, much smarter than me on the dev side. So yeah. And we were talking about some stuff here and I was looping back and forth on some things. Oh, that's what I saw, Aj. Formula tells me days since a ticker below a specific value. Well, we don't have a way to look back on price in time, really, other than the close before the day before yesterday. That's as far back as we can look back on price. So you'd have to work with position and range, and the position and range doesn't use price traditionally. So let me pull up a top list here. And, you have to work with these data points within here. So you'd have to work within a position. There we go. If I could type, that would be good. You'd have to work with one of these position and range, 5, 10, 20, 3, 6, or 9 year, or 2 years, or lifetime range. Obviously, you won't be looking at lifetime range, I don't believe. See, that's really what you have to work with on those. And there's no way to count the days, so I'm just reading more on that right now. I really don't think what you're asking for, I don't think there's anything we can do, but if we can, you're going to want to email the boss lady. It'll be Stephanie that really takes a look at it. So SUPPORT, and Stephanie, if you're listening, I'm sorry, SUPPORT at trade-ideas.com. Stephanie and I have a trade-off. She handles custom formulas and I handle Brokerage Plus. So she could probably do both and I can't, though. To be in full disclosure, she's light years smarter than me. She's really a whiz with the custom formulas. I try to learn some stuff from her with it, but it starts melting my brain. But I've got a good handle on Brokerage Plus, so I handle that as a kind of a trade-off for us. But you'd have to work within that. And so then you'd know how many days since then based on using that filter. But there's no way to look back and say, I want to know something from 7 days ago. We just don't have a way to do that with filters. It doesn't exist within the system. Yes, there will be a mobile. Well, so the first thing that will happen with the HTML is the HTML5 is races will become mobile. We'll have a kind of quote unquote mobile version of the races. I don't know if there will be some kind of push notification for winners. I think that stuff's still in the works and being worked out. Oh, okay, Roman. Gotcha. Cool. Very good. So, right, I remember because you said you were having issues launching Brokerage Plus. You got my response on that, right? I asked if you were still having an issue with that, because if so, then I gotta push that over to the dev team and see if there's something that's hung up that didn't install correctly on you. That would be my quote unquote educated guess, and I'm not very educated on that stuff, so I want to make sure you got that running. I did respond. Hopefully you got that. So yeah, I did. Hopefully you heard that, Aj. I know you said you stepped away. Hopefully you caught that. Let me know. I can circle back on that about the position and range stuff there. And okay, you did get that. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind. I'm scrolling down and catching up. And then Tom, thanks, Tom. We try, things get overlooked or get dropped through the cracks. We've also had an issue in the past where for some reason our responses were going to people's spam emails. We didn't know it for a while. We had no way to know that it was going to the spam email. And so we started getting angry emails from people, and we're like, but I responded, like we have it, everything's archived when we respond to people. We had to, do some digging and figuring out what was going on, why that was happening. We try, we do what we can. Nobody's perfect, myself especially. So, but thank you. I really appreciate that, Tom. It's nice to hear good stuff. So, okay, you did get that. Perfect. And then that is strange. I just wonder if there was like a hang up here for some reason on the connection itself that was causing you to get blocked from doing it. That's the one thing I could think of right now. Software is just funny sometimes. Like I said, I running this HTML for 10 days or more, perfect. And then all of a sudden, I didn't change anything, and I'm crashing nonstop in a loop. I couldn't get out of that loop. So, all right, perfect. You got that, Aj. Perfect. All right. And like I said, give an email there. And I always snoop those emails on Stephanie. See if I can learn something new. Always trying to learn something new. And fire away whatever the limit offset question is. I can bring over Brokerage Plus now. Let me bring that over. So I've got my Brokerage Plus here. I'll connect it to the simulator. And oh man, look at my simulated trading account. I'm down $11,600 in simulated trading. Whoops. Oh, look at that. I bought the SPY at 392 and 400. Whoa, man, that's bad. That's super bad. Whoops. Hey, I'm up in FUBO though. I'm gonna have to reset that. Well, we have this user notification here, this message that we're going to start pushing out. We're going to have some SMS messaging that's going to start at some point. And then I think there was talk about when the HTML5 goes live for users in the app, there'll be something that gets created for like a mobile version of it that may have push notifications on it. May. Don't hold me to it. I don't, all very up in the air stuff that, gets teased to us, and a lot of it I'm not even supposed to talk about, but hopefully nobody shoots me. So limit offset is just this. So let me come in here. Let's go into a strategy, and we'll edit a strategy, and let's come to order details. And so limit offset is saying this. So if we don't want a market order, so for example, let's say there's we're trading stocks and we want to avoid big spreads, but we don't mind catching a little bit of the spread, right? We don't mind giving up a little bit of alpha to get into the trade. That's where limit offset comes in. So we pick a limit order. We have to pick how far outside last price we're willing to go to get a fill. So generally speaking, because the way bid and ask work, right? We gotta, the bid is always the lower number. The ask is always the higher number. So you're always buying this number and you're always selling this number, right? And that's how that goes. So the limit offset says, I'm willing to go this much further higher than the last price. So let's just pretend for 1 second that last price is $10, right? And the ask is, let's say 10, all right? Excuse my crude drawings, all right? And let's just say this is like a continuum. So there's my ask, and then the bid is $9.90, right? So you've got a 20-cent spread here, but our last price is $10. I could tell the scan, or I could tell the order entry, I want you to only go, we use a negative number and of 10 cents. Whoops, that's $10, 10 cents. And we're saying I'm willing to pay 10 cents more than the current price to get a fill, because we're always going to get the fill from this side of last price. That's how it works. You're not going to get a fill down here. Now, is it possible for you to get a fill at $9.95? Sure. Probably not likely, because, market makers are like that. That's how it works. And so that's how limit offset works. So you're just saying that you're like that. All right. Now, if we were shorting and going long, it would be the opposite, saying that we would want to get the fill, we would get the fill at $9.90. We'd be willing to take the fill at $9.90, but we'd be willing to take it back to the other side like that. So that's how that works, because obviously you're shorting, you want to short from the higher price, not short from the lower price. Hopefully that all makes sense. And sorry, I had something blocking to make sure that everything's following along here. Yeah, I think so too. I think we'll get those push notifications, I'm pretty sure. Yep, understand how bid ask spread, but if you want to give a little room, would it be outside or inside the market? Oh, so no, that would be inside market. Outside market means this. So outside market means, inside market means a minus number, and outside market means a positive number. So the positive number is telling you that's why I use the minus sign here. That's what the inside and outside means. So the minus sign is saying, keep me inside the spread, right? So, again, the bid is here. The ask is here. Last price is here. I want to stay inside here. How far of a distance from there to there I want to go is the number I use. Using the minus is staying inside here. Plus means coming outside here. So, for example, on a long trade, right? Well, I want a better fill, so I want the fill to be, if the last price was 10 and the bid is, $9.90, I want a 9.85 fill, for example. Then I would be using a positive number to get there, like that. That's how that goes. No matter what, whether you're going short or long, staying inside is still a negative number. It will always be a negative number. Just which side to the bid or ask you go is based on the long or short. So again, on a short side, the ask being here, the bid being here, and last price being here. If I'm shorting, you're going to get the fill towards that side, right? Because you're always going to get filled at the worst price or the not as good price, because, market makers are jerks. Not really, because actually I know some market makers. They're actually very nice people, and they don't really control this stuff. I'm teasing on some of it anyways. There's tomfoolery out there and things like that, but let's leave the conspiracy stuff, some of it true conspiracy stuff, and the rest to lay that stuff to bed. That's really not the market mechanics we're concerned with here as retail traders. All right, perfect. That made sense. All right, good. And if you're, I'm still unclear about anything, please make sure you keep pushing and asking so that I can get that for you. So, but that's what that means here. And then there's also, you can scan for distance inside the market. I don't know. Can I show that in a top list? Open a top list. Oops, hold on. Let me bring the top list over here so you can see what I'm doing on my screen. Distance. Yeah, so it's not on, just because the way top lists are fresh, we don't have it there. But let me open an alert window. So when I start to do some back testing again in the not too distant future, because I like, there's nights where I'm up and I just like, I start back testing because it's like a video game to me. I've never, still yet to find the holy grail on back testing, but someday I think I'll get there. But there's what's called distance from inside market. All right. And essentially what this is doing is this. Right. So last print for stock, this compares the last print for stock to the best bid offer. You set the max to 0. You only see stocks where it's trading at or between the bid offer at the last alert. Set the max, you'll see stocks where it's trading more than 1/10% that offer. So this helps get rid of bad prints essentially by having this in there. And so it's one of the filters I'm probably going to start throwing in when I start doing some back testing again, along with spreads, because I've been able to get some pretty good back tests. But then when I go to the calendar on it and I start looking, some of those stocks are lower price stocks with huge spreads. Oh my goodness, the SPY just really sold off. Wow, I just noticed that. Wow. What a rug pull here, huh? Well, now it really broke June lows, like big time, like holy cow, big time. Anyway, so back to what I was saying. So I'm looking in my back tests moving forward to combine distance from inside market to make sure I'm getting rid of anything that has a bad print and anything with too large of a spread, to try to keep things as realistic as I can. Because this is one of the things that, is with our back tester, and it's with anybody that's a retail back tester. We use 1 minute open, high, low, close candles. We don't have tick by tick data for the exits. Now we have not necessarily tick by tick data on the entries, but we have every new high or new low, for example, that a stock makes in the database going back that 64 give or take days, right? So we can get the exact second on the alert to get the entry, right? But what we can't do is get the exact second on the exit, because we're using, in this case here, open, high, low, and close 1 minute candles for that. So as long as the price existed within the 1 minute candle, the stop gets triggered. But where on the 1 minute candle exactly it happened, that is the data that we don't have. But you'll be hard pressed to find anybody that you're not going to pay tens of thousands of dollars to a year for back testing like that. And even then, you're not going to find it, because these people, these are going to come from hedge funds and big managers and things like that. So it's just not something that's available to the public, to the everyday person. So, anyways, that's that. So, I keep thinking more and more on my back testing. What are the filters I should be using to try to keep this stuff realistic, essentially? And distance from inside market and the spread are two that I'm looking pretty heavily at now. And I'll show you why here too, if there's no other real questions coming in. Give me 1 second here. Wow, 6 billion market on close sale right now. No wonder that's what that happened. So those of you that follow Zero Hedge, those that follow Zero Hedge would have seen that. All right, so market closed. That was a really, really bad close for the bulls. I think I say that we're so beyond bulls and bears and all this stuff. Anyway, so let me disconnect from simulator. And let's get rid of this. We don't need that anymore. And see how long that just took to close. That's the HTML stuff. All right, perfect. So I've got this scan here. Now it's probably not going to backtest well anymore because it's been a while since I backtested it. But it was backtesting really great. This one right here. This is, I shared this a while ago with everybody. I'm going to guess this has kind of come undone now with the sell-offs that we've had go on. Not terrible. It had this nice move. Now, obviously, look, getting crushed now at this point. But it wasn't too shabby for a minute there, right? And on the daily, not bad for a while, but then look, really coming undone here the last couple of weeks here, right? So anyways, that's that. Now watch what happens to the scan when I do this though. Configure, spread, add filter. Let's give it a 7-penny spread. Let's press OK. Let's back test. We can already see here we're moving way down on win percentage compared to where we were. So we lost about 6%, but look at the average winners and losers. Before it was 42 to 40. Now it's 34 to 41. That looks absolutely horrific now, right? And look at that equity curve, really ugly. And then the last one, look at that daily chart now compared to what it was by putting that spread filter on there and keeping it realistic in that regard. So, I continue to play around with these things and, see what we can or can't do. Just give me 1 second here. Message coming in trying to help somebody. And again, any questions, please. We'd love some engagement. Fire them away for me. There's that in a nutshell. What a sell-off, huh? Happy Friday. So, I was going to probably run through some sectors today. I don't think it's really necessary. I think you're going to find just about everything reflects the overall indexes. I have seen gold and silver light up some green recently. Is it a relief bounce? I talked a couple of days ago, looking at a weekly chart on gold. And we talked about this here, going way back this level here. And that was not a great line, Chris. Okay. Obviously, I don't have a steady hand right now. Let's just draw the line this way. talked about this area here. And if, gold comes back and tests this major level from way back when, can get a bounce finally. Certainly possible. True or false? I don't think it's a straight true or false question. I'd say it's more true than false. But I've seen, for example, so let's take a look here at something like SOBR. Look how low float this is, right? But this is pretty orderly, this move up, right? And then this sideways move here. It's not, crazy volatile like that, right? But then we could take a look at something like, 5 mil and the float's low. That's a low float, right? And we could take a look at something like ATXI, right? And I mean, this is an even lower float, but same concept here. And look at the volatility and the range on this one. And this has a much bigger volatility on it, right? So, and then, Moderna, right? Big float on this thing, right? This has always had a big float. And even before, it really made this COVID run, because I traded this a bunch when it was in like the 20s and $30 back here. This thing was insanely whippy all over the place, like crazy back in like February and March of 2020 before it made that huge run. I'm talking like it could move $1 in like 3 minutes. And being a 300 million in the float stock, that's beyond insane, right? So I lean more towards, yes, low float stocks are more volatile, but it's not a hard fact, I would say, is where I would go with that. So there are exceptions, and enough exceptions that it's not like, 99 out of 100 times it's like this. Maybe we're looking at 75-25. I would say more like that. If that hopefully that makes sense. So, so back to gold being green here. I don't know. Maybe it's the start of something for gold. My whole life, gold is an inflation hedge. We have the highest inflation we've had since I was a baby, literally since I was a baby, and gold has done nothing, done absolutely nothing since then. I mean, it's not like this inflation's new now. This is, on a weekly chart, since we knew how bad this inflation was, that's what gold has done. But maybe it needed time to rebound. I don't know, and I still don't understand why gold is an inflation hedge at this point. We're not on a gold standard anymore. I can't use gold to do anything except drop a big bar of it on my foot and break it. People try to make the argument, but it's using electronics. That's nonsense. That's a nonsense argument. I'm sorry. Not attacking anybody, but it's a nonsense argument. What else do you do with gold? I know jewelry, but what do you do with jewelry? You wear jewelry. It has no, its value is the same as baseball cards. It's what someone's willing to pay for it. That's what its value is. So anyways, but if something's going to work, it's going to work. That's great. Gold gives me an opportunity to trade it. I'm going to trade it. I just, like I always say, I don't get it. I just don't get it. And same thing for silver, right? So, and silver is even worse than gold. Silver looks much worse than gold to me. Because look at silver. You got to go. I mean, where do you even go for silver to find these levels? You know what I mean? There's COVID crash, right? 2016, right? We're gonna, look how high silver was back here. These are miners. I'm sorry. So let's look at SLV actually instead of the miners. I guess that's a better gauge. So I mean, look at this. Like, where do we draw? Where do we draw this line? Like, I don't even know. Like I said, we don't know. Go to a recent low. So let's stick a line there. So obviously look how significant that line is, right? So, on a weekly chart, silver defends this. This is where it exploded, but it danced around here for so long. And then again here and again through here, right? So, maybe it's going to have its time. Yeah, that's the physical, right? PSLV is physical silver, right? Yeah, physical silver. So again, looking at this here, looks very similar. Looks about the same to me. Where do we call it a bottom? Because obviously bottoms are always seen in retrospect. But again, we stick a line here at the recent lows. We can see how significant that recent low is. So maybe there's no reason it can't do it, right? If Peloton could make the run it made, anything can make any run, right? If DocuSign, I mean, what is it? DUOC? Is that DOCU? Yeah. I mean, if this thing can do what this did, I mean, this has got to be one of the most ridiculous things ever. I mean, I take a freaking screenshot of something signed and send it to someone. Just insane that the stock did it. But if this can do this, anything can do anything, right? Yeah, they got in trouble for that, right? Quote unquote, got in trouble for it, and nobody ever really gets in trouble on Wall Street. Not the big guys, anyways. They get to do whatever they want. If you were me, did something like that, we'd be in prison right now. But that's arguments and stories for another time. Work with what we have. So I'm just pointing out what little was green here on this. K-Web was green today. That's strange. So I'm just looking at it on an intraday chart. So it gapped down actually, and then reversed and then faded. So K-Web talk about pain, max pain, and that just looks. We're definitely headed back down to this area here, I would say. Steve. I think Steve's got a position in PSLV. I don't know when he opened it. I know he's opened and closed a few positions in it, probably this year, I want to say. Don't quote me on that. I don't know if he has a current one in it, but I know he's a big fan of it whenever he is looking at silver. That's what he's looking at. That's what he's looking at for sure. For sure. Yeah. So that's all that stuff through there. Yeah, I know he took back some NMD a couple of days ago. I think after the big gap down. I think he got it on this day here, somewhere in here. So he's sitting okay in that right now for now. And I know he had some SQQQ. I don't know if he still got it or not. Because, you got to watch these things because of decay, right? Because obviously this thing was never up at these levels. Its lifetime high. It was never up at 80,000 because this has to be rebalanced every, I don't know how they do it. Maybe it's every quarter or something like that. But I know he made a great call in it a couple of weeks ago. Made a really good call. Was it a couple? Some of these days and weeks blend together to me. But I know he was in it and got a good portion of this move for sure. This last move here. He's been all over the cues and he's been really spot on it. That's why I probably learned as much from Steve as anybody, to be honest. He's just, I don't know, something the way when he talked about charts in the webinars he used to always attend with Steve really spoke to me. Looking at these things like this, just the way he put things and the way he illustrated them. The cues, that's no bueno. I put a controversial take on Twitter a couple of days ago. I said, I thought the VIX would close below 30 this week. And it was below 30 earlier today, but it closed at 31, at 31.60 today. 31.62 the VIX closed at today. So I got it wrong. It happens a lot. Not overly concerned about it. Like everybody else, why not throw out a hot take, right? It's fun. What's the worst that could happen? I'm wrong. And it's not like I'm betting with the VIX or anything like that. We should take polls. We could do that. I'd love it if we had more numbers in here, but yeah, I don't know much about the MNMD. I know it's something with like psilocybin for like PTSD and some stuff like that. They've done some studies that have looked promising. I mean, be great if they did do something like that. They did find some great connection there and could really help people with PTSD. I think the medicines that are obviously out there right now are good for some and not good for others, and a lot of bad side effects with those things and whatnot. You always want to see something healing the people that are hurt, that has the least amount of downside to it, right? So, fingers crossed on that stuff that they can come out with something really helpful to those people. What data came out this morning, Michael Anthony? I'll be honest, if something came out this morning, I don't know what it was. MPW, though, let's take a look real quick. Medical Properties Trust. Yeah, that's beaten up, man. Long time sideways, right? Excuse me, I'm exhausted. So makes this, move and a pullback and a move and just a very long time sideways like this, right? And pops out of it and then just kind of been a falling knife ever since. I mean, the market's going to get everything. There will be no escaping. You'll have hidden pockets for short periods of time that aren't selling off as bad as the rest of the market. And then the market will eventually get them, and something else will be the one that's not selling off as much. And that's what we will see till further notice. That's how it'll go. Like I said, at some point we'll get a bounce. I don't think we get a big bounce next week either. I'll be quite frank. I think next week we see more bleeding this way. I don't think we'll see bang. I think we'll see more bleeding towards 350. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 350 next week. I would not be surprised at all. But we'll see. That remains to be seen. But I mean, there was there's news here today. Caterpillar, right? Yeah, Caterpillar. They're always. I feel like Caterpillar's always down, right? Like, yeah, they got this big runoff of COVID, but then, I mean, look how long Caterpillar's been bleeding for. It's not like it's, short-term move down here for it, right? I mean, this tops out in early 2021, so well over a year. It's been, chipping away at it here with Caterpillar. But I feel like FedEx is one of those ones too, right? What's FedEx? F. Is that FedEx? Yeah, there we go. FDX. I feel like FedEx is another one of those companies just always seems to be down to me. I know it's not always down, but it's just like, I mean, FedEx, look again, back here. Steady punishment and bang. And here's pre-COVID highs for FedEx, right? So FedEx is already a good chunk below pre-COVID highs because FedEx was on a downtrend coming into COVID, right? Interesting. Same here. I'm happy doing what I'm doing with the day trading right now. I mean, some days are good, some days are bad. Taken some big losses recently on the day trading. I've had some good wins too. So, you lump the good in with the bad, but I'm comfortable sleeping at night, not holding any positions overnight right now. Let's open a Market Explorer window and let's take a look at the strength alerts here. I mean, is there anything that even looks mildly okay in here? Pharmaceutical is going to be, right? That's what they're going to do to us. All pharmaceuticals at the top, right? Pharmaceutical, right? See, that's pharmaceutical now. Yeah, veterinary service, sorry. It's a buyout. I didn't know they got bought out. All right, in water. Look at this. This is a great looking chart right here, right? So this is the stuff that we look for. Lifetime high. Look at that short float. Got a little bit of short float there. Nice steady move. Look at that pennant right there. That symmetrical triangle pennant. That's a good looking chart. Now, I'm not saying, oh, let's run right out and buy this on Monday. But, if we get a rally, this looks set up for a rally right now, right? There's nothing going back this way. There's no chart resistance. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Posh keeps showing up on my races and my evening scanner like the last month plus. I guess I got to pay attention to Posh now, right? Had a really nice day today. And I didn't see this on my races once today. Change from the open's only 9.4, though. That's probably why. So big candles, not a huge change from the open. But look, this starts to have that bird in the hand feel. Interesting. Very interesting. Interesting. All right, so here's some not so terrible stuff. I'm surprised. There's some okay looking stuff right here in this Twitter. Twitter doesn't look terrible here, right? Market's selling off and Twitter looks good. The market just got crushed the last couple of days. Twitter's holding up well. Got this gap here, right? Get up above that. All right, Twitter. I see you. I see you, Twitter. NBIX, another one. Bioscience again, though. So you got some bios, you got some non-biosciences in here. So strength alerts showing us, if we get a bounce next week, some things that could bounce very nicely. And this is not that far from a lifetime high, actually. No, not really a short float. Shorts have been moving out. Good liquidity, good volume. Right? All right. Interesting, interesting. Another bio. The WWE. Ain't that something? Another pretty decent looking chart here. Got to go back a ways. Find some chart resistance. It's got this nice kind of pattern happening here, right? It can get up above 71, right? So there's some bright spots. There's some bright spots. Yeah, I just where do you want to start scaling into it? When do you believe it's time to start scaling in? I think a lot of people are waiting for that big capitulation moment. Like I said, I like to throw wild thoughts out there that we never get the big capitulation. Thanks, Peter. I appreciate that. Part of me, so Andy's the reason I work at Trade Ideas. I owe a huge portion of it to Andy. I mean, Andy, and Steve and Jamie really had my back when Andy brought me to brought me in on the interview process. But Andy's the one that found me and offered me even a chance to interview a Trade Ideas. So I wish I was there with Andy in that sense, but I appreciate the kind words. Thank you, Peter. IMVT. Yeah, it's not quite as nice, but again, biological products here. Interesting. I mean, interesting, right? Can't help but notice these things. But long-term downtrend, right? We're at $5, and lifetime highs are $53. So the market reversed to heavy selling way before 3 o'clock, Michael Anthony. Way before that. Look at this here. I mean, the heaviest volume started coming in here, right? We started seeing the highest volume of the day well before 3 o'clock in here. I mean, obviously the closing candle was, the big one, but it was not exactly during here was not exactly high volume on this move up. And we started selling off before noon. And the market didn't start up today. The market gapped down today. The market was a gap down today, and then it moved up. But it was a gap down again today. And so the market was from yesterday's close was below the close, was only above the close on this short period right here. After that, it's been below the close for more than half the day. It was below the close for more than half the day. The opening 45 minutes was below the close, and the closing 4 hours was below the close. Right? Exactly. That's what I always tell people. If the market doesn't matter all of a sudden, we've got much bigger problems on our hands than that. We got the zombie apocalypse or some crap happening. Is this Rocket Mortgage? No, Rocket Pharmaceuticals. RKT is Rocket Mortgage, right? They must be dead right now. Woof. Wow. Yeah. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. So, all right, folks, that's going to wrap it up for me for the week here. There's stuff out there. Sometimes we're going to find it on the top 10 list. Sometimes it's not even going to have been a winner, right? So sometimes it'll be here. Sometimes it'll just be in the first couple of early races, but never won. So eternal vigilance. Really got to put in the screen time and that hard work. I know staring at the screens can be really unpleasant after a while, especially for, I can empathize with that greatly as I start staring at screens at about 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm almost 12 hours into a workday right now. So it gets harder to find the ideas. They're there. Sometimes the ideas are there and the cookies aren't on the table as well, or for as long either. So just, sometimes sitting on our hands is good. I had a few hand sitting days this week where I just wasn't feeling it, and there were some okay ideas out there, but it just wasn't comfortable to me. So that's that all in a nutshell, right? Get outside if you still got some good weather, right? Sorry, just writing something out. Get outside, stretch your legs, stretch your mind, get away from screens, all those kinds of things. Do some journaling, write it down, speak it out. Type it out, video journal, whatever it is that you want, and get away from people for a few minutes. Get away from people, get away from screens, get away from your dog, your cat, your brother, your mother, your sister, your husband, your wife, your cousin, your significant other, your kids, your uncles, nephews, dogs, cousins, brothers, sisters, dog walker, whatever it is. Take some time for yourself, please, folks. Very important to do all those things. And, the sun will rise tomorrow, all those things like that. And it's not to discount anything that's tough that goes on in your life or anybody else's life, but sometimes look at it on long-term basis, where you are, where you've been, where you're headed, those kinds of things like that. And like I always say, the people that won't be here are the people that push too hard and rush. And that doesn't mean you don't push. That doesn't mean you don't try. You don't put the effort in, right? But when you push real hard and you're forcing things too much, that's when you snap the screw. That's when you strip the bolt, and you could strip the bolt of life like that too. So as always, I thank you all very, very kindly for all the positive comments and the questions and the interactions here. Hope you all have a great weekend, and hope you all have a great, great Friday evening, Friday afternoon, or perhaps even still Friday morning, depending on where you. No, it couldn't be a Friday morning anymore. But I hope you all have a great, great Friday wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. And I will be taking over for Barry next week, just for the week. So you'll be getting a lot of extra time with me. I'll be on and off the mic because I have a lot of duties around here. So it won't be quite the same vibe as Barry, but hopefully you still find it a great, positive, and informative vibe like Barry does. So again, you all have a wonderful rest of your Friday, wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. We'll see you bright and early on Monday. Take care.